Hey, it's Wednesday, everybody. Happy hump day. It is July 19th, 2023. We're back. Welcome back. Good to be back with you all again. Today, guys, we are looking back into the University of Idaho. Look at where the lies started. That's what we're going to today, and a little bit of EM. How about that? Can't wait to get started with you all. Welcome. It is so great to be here. Let's get this show, well, you know. Yo. What is up? What's going on, everybody? Hope you're all doing well this morning. Sorry about that. I had a phone call kicked in right when I was leading off on this. Welcome back, everybody. It's great to have you here. Good to see you. Good to be here with you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to all of you. It's good for me. I hope it's good for you. What's going on, guys? Welcome back. Hope you all had a great night last night, as I did. Hope you're all having a great start to your day today, as I am. Now that I'm in here with you all, it just gets better. Again, guys, we're going back once again to Idaho, and we're looking back. Let's like the title says, let's look back to where all the lies started. We're going back and checking out these press conferences and picking them apart little by little. And excuse me, as I said, we're gonna be looking into DM as we need to. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat, grab your coffee, tea, whatever it may be. Come on in and have a conversation with me. I should be being joined again today by on the mic, my brother Mikey. Come on down, folks. Give me one moment. Come on in, guys. Get comfortable. Let me get this set up here. Be right with All right, everybody. Sorry, Mrs. Dago was at work. I had to make a quick call to me real quick. So my apologies, everyone. I don't like doing that kind of stuff, but I gotta do what I gotta do. Welcome, welcome. Like I said, let's see who decided to grace us with their amazing presence today. Let's see, let's see. Looks like no change is in the house. Hey, hey, welcome back, dear. Dolphin 517. Always happy to see you. Oh, no talk about no spiders. War Eagle in the house. Roll Tide, roll Tide. Hey, hey, good to have you here. Wisdom Speaks. Miss Sherry's in the house. Bonnie Bailey, welcome back, darling. Good to have you here. Kim Marin, always happy to see you, darling. Thank you for being here with us today. Gemini 65. Me and you got a lot of the same likes and music I've learned. That is so awesome. Fun to have you in there the other night. I'm going to do it again real soon here. Let's see, let's see. Who else do we have? Miss Cammy Q, great to see you. Thanks for joining us today, darling. Miss Dorian Costante, good to have you back. Good to have you. Zelda's in the house. Good to see you, dear. Stevie Irwin, my brother, good to have you. Good to see you here. Thanks for joining us today. Sarah D. Irish, good to see you. Tech Death, the musical genius, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Let's see. Noni McPoppins in the house. Good to have you here. Devil Doll, darling, welcome back. Good to see you. Thank you so very much, Tech Death. I appreciate that. The Canadian Cat Ladies in the house, folks. Thank you for joining us today. Kells, welcome back. Good to see you. The Reverend Cynthia Hughes, welcome, welcome. Good to see you here. I know, guys, I keep screwing that thing up in the beginning. I'm not unmuting myself, so my apologies, please. I'll get it right one of these days, I promise. Who else do we have? Miss Deborah, welcome back. Good to see you. Michelle Max in the house, guys. Good to have you back. Good to see you. Let me see. Woke up in 1984. Lord, every time I see that, I wish I could do that again. Good to have you here. Good to see you. Come on down, guys. Not that Nikki's in the house. Good to see you. Happy hump day to you, dear. Good to have you here. Miss Carolyn Miller, welcome back. Good to see you. Kyla Delilah, welcome back. Good to see you. Let's see here. Donna Wilson, welcome. Good to have you here. Loves to Paint is in the house. Good to see you. Lapping Stock, welcome back. Good to have you here. Tina Skull Scar, good to have you here. Let me see. Miss Virginia Wolf, welcome back. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Coco, always happy to see you. Thanks for joining us today. Where are we at? Where are we at? Come on down, guys. William Tardy, good to have you here. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us today, brother. Firefly's back. Good to have you here. Lady Speedwell, welcome. Always happy to see you, ma'am. Jennifer S., welcome back. Great to have you here. One Maiden Nut, my friend and yours. Eddie's in the house, everybody. Good to see you, Eddie. Derek, Dark Shadows, Harry History and Collectibles. Good afternoon, my friend. It's great to see you back. All right, all right. I see you, Michelle Dago. What's up? What's up? Miss Poopa's in the house. Good to see you, dear. Thanks for joining us today. Eve Lucky, welcome back, darling. Good to have you here. Diane Boyd, welcome back. Good to see you. All right, all right, all right. Lapping Stock. Let's see. Do I see Miss Gloria S? Good to see you. Annette McBee, welcome. Good morning to you. Oh, la, 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 la. Misty Jane, welcome back, dear. Good to see you. Thanks for being here with us today. Appreciate you all so very much. All these awesome meatballs. Decided to jump back in here and float around and spill some of this sauce with me today. I do appreciate you all so very much. It is so great to see you. Great to have you here. Yeah, I think I got almost everybody. Laura Smart. Hola. Welcome. Good to have you here. Good to see you. Come on down. Who else do we have in here? Miss Beverly West. Welcome. Good to see you. Gaya DeGucci's in the house. Good to have you here. Miss Sherry K, welcome back. Great to have you here, dear. Marguerite, welcome back. Always happy to see you. Truth is in the rabbit hole. Good to have you here. Good to see you. Miss Stacy's in the house, guys. Good to see you, Miss Stacy. Judgmental, welcome back. Jameson, great seeing you here. Thanks for joining us. Under review, welcome back. Miss Willow, always happy to have you here. Pappy Man, what's up, my brother? Good to see you. Coach. Let's see. Matt, Low 12. Good to have you here, bro. Good to see you. Kristen Enders. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Miss Marie, thank you for joining us today. Good to see you. Gary Epley. Great to have you here, my friend. Good to see you. Rock Chalk, welcome back. Good to see you. Let's see. Kelly Coker, it's been a minute. Good to see you back. Thanks for joining us. Peaches81, welcome back. T, hello all to you. Good to see you. Good to have you here. I think I got everybody. If I missed your name by some chance, it is not on purpose, guys. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today. It's great to see you. Angela, good to see you. I'm excited to have you here. Welcome, all you awesome meatballs. Mr. Jesse Schul, all the way from Thailand. It's midnight there. Hey, hey. KDD, what's good? What's good? What's good? Good to see you. Today, we are looking back to where all the lies in this case started, and that's back to the press conferences. And there he is on the mic. What is up, my brother? Come on down, or come on up, I should say. Thank you for joining me today, my friend. I appreciate you. As always, Mama Bear's working. Mikey's in the house. All right, all right, all right. Let me see here. T2014, great to see you. Great to have you here. The link is in the chat, buddy. And Gabal. There he is. What is going on, buddy? How are we doing today?
Not too bad. How about y'all?
I am doing great. Thank you so much for joining me today, sir.
Oh, no problem. Sorry, I'm a little late here.
It is what it is. So am I.
Life struck.
That's right. Life is fun, isn't it?
Oh, buddy. You know it.
Thank you very much, 84. I appreciate you. Let's see here. D Smalls, great seeing you as always. Truth is in a rabbit hole. Thank you for joining us today. I think I said that already, but if not, you get a double take. Phantasmagoria. Welcome back. Good to see you, Phantasmic. Thank you for being here. I love saying it. I just love saying it.
That's a great name.
It is, isn't it? Phantasmic Ether. I love that name. I said I can't say it. I can't see it without saying that whole I'm gonna have to let you guys hear that. Why I like it. It's really cool. Rock Chalk, thank you so very much. We got the first super chat of the day, $4.99. I appreciate you so very much for that. Listening while mowing. Here's a little donation. Well, thank you so very much. Those little donations go a long, long way. You add them all together, and I'm telling you what, that does definitely help pay the bills when I get that stuff. I'm telling you, I appreciate that more than you guys know. Annette McB, thank you for joining us today. It's great to see you. Make sure everybody's saying hey to Mikey up here. Make him talk a little bit. That's what we got to do. We got to get him talking.
Oh, I should be on a roll today.
I didn't say a whole lot yesterday at all. There we go.
Maybe it was a 3 hour sleep.
What's that?
Maybe it was a 3 hour sleep.
I'm used to that shit, bro.
Well,
That's how my life rolls.
You got to get in the saddle.
Yeah, it is what it is, I guess. CJ, what's up, brother? Here we go. Phantasmic says, Mikey. Hey, Mikey. Hey. That's not his name, by the way. I started that, so he lets me do it. I don't know if you guys are allowed to call him Mikey, but
it's all good, man.
I don't. I call him Mikey now. Don't call him Michael, because then he'll think you're mad at him. So we gotta be easy on that.
That makes me feel like 60.
Yeah. Gotcha. Joseph. I get called Joseph. I'm looking around for my mother, like, what did I do now?
Crack of the whip.
Right. Heather Fitzgerald, welcome back. Good to see you. Miss Becky, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Let's see here. Did I miss anybody? Trying to catch you all up. Thank you guys so much for joining us today. CJ's in the house, my brother. Always happy to see you, bro. We're going to be doing some fun shit coming up here pretty soon. Doing this whole football thing and coaching. CJ's got some stuff planned for some entertaining stuff. It's a little bit not as dull and depressing as the stuff we cover here is. Um, so it will be fun. I do believe. Chick Antiques in the house. Good to see you. I'm glad you're here today, Chick. Loves the paint. Thank you so very much.
I must have
I
too much
appreciate
estrogen in the blood. I can't get down with football.
Oh man, I love it, love it, love it. I love it. I can't wait for August to roll around every year just so I can get ready to watch my Browns lose. Loves the paint. Says she's a noob. Well, that don't take long to get over. It don't. Not in this family. Miss Jess Santiago. I got some sleep, dear. I'm here and wired, ready to go. It's like you asked. Where's she at here? I got a question to ask you, Chick Antique, if you don't mind. Just let me know if that's okay with you. Nikki Animates, good to see you. Welcome. Good to have you here. I got a question for you. Do you have an answer, Chick? Do you have an answer for me, dear? Welcome to the team, Chick Antique. I appreciate you so very much. We had a little conversation about you last night, so don't be beating too many people over the head with that thing. That's all I'm saying. Ashley Nicolette, good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. Jay Jones, thank you for joining us. Appreciate you. Beautiful in blue. I guess so. Ivan Montez, thank you for joining us today.
We're talking about your eyes, buddy.
My eyes.
Your blue eyes, your beautiful.
Who's talking about my eyes? What?
I was just joking.
They're hazel. They're hazel. It depends on what mood I'm in. They change colors. Whoa, 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 whoa. I got one more couple more of these I'm gonna be doing here soon too, because I had to go through my moderators and change some things and make some things different, sadly, but it happens. And I got 180 beautiful people in here, guys, and still only got 76 likes. So, my next words are going to be, let's make it match. If we can, and get out into that algorithm, get everybody in here. Nat Cat's in the house. Good to see you. What's up? What's going down? Willie, welcome back, brother. Good to have you here. Thank you once again for joining us yesterday, my friend. I appreciate you so very much. Let's see. Kels, good to have you. I want to say it again. Yes, yes, yes. I'm going to find this for you guys to hear real fast. I know I'm going to probably get demonetized just for this one little clip, but that's okay. I want you to hear this. 1 second here. All right. This is from my childhood too. Well, not childhood, as a teenager. When I started way back in the days, when I first started getting into like heavy metal music, stuff like that. This is why I see that name and I have to say what I say.
Phantasma.
Yeah, this is the name. 1 second here. This is where the name came from. Or the name, when I see the name, this is why I do that whole thing I do every day and why I like that name so much. I'll show you guys real quick. Yeah. All right, let's get up here for a minute. I don't know why that just popped up, but we don't need that there. Go back to that. All right, here we go. They're saying hello, Mikey.
Hey. Sorry, I'm spaced out.
Oh, you're okay. You're okay.
I got a couple stragglers from my office.
Gotcha, gotcha. 1 second here.
I think you're muted, buddy. If you try to play something.
Okay. Okay, okay.
All
Okay. All right.
right.
Okay, okay. All right. So here's a little clip. This is where this whole phantasmagoria thing came from. From Jesus, I think I was probably 14 years old first time I heard this. This is old. Um, but I'll give you guys a little clip of what it is and why, and that's why I do this. And now you'll understand it, Phantasmic. So here you go. Look, it's kind of rough too. A lot of you guys may not like this kind of music, but it's just gonna be a quick one. Heather's in the house. What's up, Heather? Thank you for joining us today. All right, here we go. Did you hear it? It's really fast and loud and crazy. So hold on, let me try it again.
Oh, we heard it.
I don't know if it comes through clear or not, but this is.
Oh, it does.
Oh, does it?
Oh,
Okay.
you know.
Let me do it again. One more time for those you who didn't. And there we go. So that's where that came from. Most people probably don't care for it. Candy Girl, good to see you. Yeah, la 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 la. 12. I don't want to go any louder. M Cause, good to see you. It's not Venom. It's by a group called. Here, I'll show you real quick what the album cover looks like. That's the band. They're called Annihilator. Album's called Never Never Land. They also have a song called Craft Dinner, based on macaroni and cheese. Yeah, gotta love it. So anyway, that is where that came from. Now you guys will never ever wonder again. Lola Montez, yes, that's another one. I can't play the music today, guys. I want to, but I can't. I got stuff I gotta do. Jody Walters, great to see you. Thanks for joining us. That's another song I love. Lola Montez. I always think of the Marilyn Manson cult film too, his unreleased Taboo project. Oh yeah, yeah, good one. And of course the movies. Yes, Volbeat, Mr. William Tardy, Lola Montez. Volbeat's another huge band. I love them. Thank you, Miss Heather. Love it, love it, love it. Thank you guys once again. This channel is 100% crowd funded. All my stuff happens because of you all. So anybody that would like to donate to support this channel to get me paying the bills to keep coming to you, I appreciate that so very much. I have bad donations from you guys, and it does help. I appreciate you guys so very much. Every little bit helps, guys. It all adds up, and I can pay the bills, and I can keep coming to you 5-6 days a week, whatever I'm doing. It helps so very much, and I appreciate you all so very much for that. Thank you, thank you. Uh-oh, who's in the house now? Mama Bear's in the house. What's going on? She's listening while she's working.
You're creeping on us.
Mama Bear, we missed you, Mama Bear. Thank you so much for jumping in with us today. I appreciate you guys. Oh, yeah, that's what I was just saying, Phantasmic. Has a song called Lola Montez. That's the best song they have, in my opinion. Well, there's another one I like too, but Great to have you all here today. Yeah, oh, yes. Yes, yes, yes. I know, Devil Doll. Me and you have a lot of the same likes of music, too. A whole lot. We're going to be doing it again soon in the Discord, folks. Very soon. We're going to jump in there and jamming out a little bit. It's going to happen a lot now that the Discord thing worked out. Ah, hell yeah. There we go. Thank you so much, William. I appreciate that, brother. $5 super chat. Volbeat is an amazing band. For those of you that haven't listened to him, Mama Four from the UK, welcome. Good to have you here. Debra. Let's see. Cause no chains.
Makes you wonder what the percentage really is in chat of people in America versus outside.
Meaning, what do you mean?
Like just viewers. Like, what's the actual? Out of 100%, is 25% out of the country. It just seems like there's more and more as time goes on.
Oh yeah, definitely. Absolutely. Did you get all your stuff, by the way? I don't know why this just came to me, but did you get all your stuff up and running that you had with your new computer stuff?
Everything's funny you say that. Yeah, it is. I ended up buying a different tower. The only thing I got to work with right now is this other microphone and headphones. It's kind of whack, and I hadn't had time.
What was wrong with your other tower?
Well, when I got a hold of that video forensic program, it needed that video card. Remember?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the freaking tower that I had was too small to fit a video card, so I just scrapped the tower and got something completely different. You don't want to see the pictures, trust me.
No.
It's
No
fine.
worries. No worries. I get it. I get it.
I got a steal on it.
Good deal. Well, good. Keep it in mind where you got it from, because if everything goes right next month, when my whole disability thing happens, if everything goes good, I'm going to be trying to pick up a new system to give you guys even better clarity, quality. So
It really helps too. And the guy that I had got it off of, computer guy, um, it'll really help for like your screen sharing too, like as far as like speed wise and clarity for
yeah,
people on the other end.
right. Yeah, that's the thing is my things are kind of slow. My monitors need replaced too. Those are the things that are dying on me. They're old. The whole thing's gonna need to be completely revamped. But right now, it'll get me through. Hopefully, something goes down next month. Everything happens the right way, and I can come out to you guys all brand new and have the best quality possible.
Baby needs a new pair of shoes.
Yep. Mama Bear said that sounds scary, Mikey.
Oh shoot, which part?
Right. What is that picture? I was going to ask. I think I asked you that yesterday, and we got distracted.
Oh, it goes over the Brooklyn Bridge.
That's pretty cool. I like that.
We got kind of a red theme going on in this particular room, so it kind of fit.
That's about what's going to happen here too when I do get everything replaced, because I got all this lighting and stuff in here, and I got other lighting for background lighting. And when it's all said and done, because my keyboard and my mouse, those are already like backlit with red or whatever color I want to use. So it's all going to be that's pretty much the theme I'll be going for too. And I'll have a background once it all gets moved. When I get the new stuff, the new system, I'm going to move to the den completely and set up a new desk and all that stuff too. And I'll have multiple camera shots for you guys. You're not going to just see me head on. You'll have the whole 360 view going on. I just, of course, if you guys want to see my big head from behind, and around, that way we have better options at looking at different things. It's just going to get better and better. So that's the plan. Hopefully it goes down. Hopefully it goes down. All right, so well, we just had one of the new cat that showed up at my house just decided to walk in my front door. Interesting.
How's the kittens doing?
I have no idea. I can't get near them. I can't get near them.
Orders from headquarters?
Yeah, I don't want her to take them to go somewhere else.
Oh, gotcha.
So, where you at, Molly? I know you're awake. I spoke to you this morning.
I
Come
don't.
on down, everybody.
I don't know if we'll see her today.
I don't know. Is there a new motion? I don't know. It's a good question. I covered some of that stuff last night. And I don't think there's anything new today, but I will check because that's what we do. We're gonna get the. By the way, thank you guys for the emails, so on and so forth. I did receive them. I will be looking through them all. Check with Dell. They have some awesome setups. I have five. I have had five towers from them. I either moved and left them or they got outdated. Never had one fail. Wonderful people to work with. Awesome. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Um, yeah, I'm probably gonna be building one that's kind of like a gamer type computer. I don't really game on the PC, but um that kind of a power and speed is what I want in here so I can do certain things. Um
Yeah,
so
it's so worth it. And if you do it yourself, it's cost effective compared to like where you go out and buy something.
that's kind of what I'm thinking of doing is getting all the stuff, ordering all the stuff and what I want, putting everything together and going from there. An 8950 XPS. Awesome. Alienware laptop. Damn. Those are money for sure.
Yeah, for real.
For sure. Cammy and my
She's she's
she
she's
got
poking.
she got you already, bro. Look at that. She got you already. It's all good. Mikey did his job this morning. He's home from work and back to this job now. So
Yeah, buddy.
all right, let's see here. Around 4K. Good God. See? I I mean, it's
Yeah.
important to have good quality for you guys. It is. I can't even think about dropping that much on something. But some people, some people have to. Some people do.
The
What in the hell are you talking about? My hubby is a big time gamer. He just priced to build his next PC. It was around $10,000. Good God, that's a car, folks. 10 grand?
well, I guess it's better than a drug habit, huh?
Yeah, yeah, definitely. I don't know though. I mean, good lord, that's insane. P Fox, welcome, darling. Good to see you.
Yeah.
Yes, Fupa. Reverend. Sorry about that. No disrespect meant. 124/7 tech support. That's kind of my thought on that. So I'm gonna be looking, and I know Dell does gaming systems. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. Dark Fae, we're doing your thing today. We're gonna be looking into Miss Mortensen again. We're trying to look. We're trying to dig. We're doing our thing. But like I said, first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna go back to where the lies all started at. We're really gonna look at them too. I gotta thank my friend and yours, Eddie. Eddie the Brain. That's what I call him all the time. Eddie the Brain for sending me over some clearly cut versions of what we're going to be looking at. Miss O Tiamo. Is Miss Cindy in the house? Is she
Yes.
here? Is she here? There she is. Tiamo Bella. Good to see you. Thank you for being here, darling. We appreciate you so very much, and we have missed you. For anybody that knows Italian, you can figure out what I just said. How about that one? Blake are in pain. Yay, yay. Now she'll probably say something back in Italian as well. So let's see what she says. Yep, yep. All right, all right. First, my first computer. I'll be honest with you.
Oh, Tandy.
It was a Radio Shack Tandy, all in one deal. It had the floppy disk drive in the front of it and everything. It was all there.
The old green screen.
Yep, sure was.
Oh man, it's like
Yes,
playing Atari.
yes. That's Reverend Cynthia figured it out. Ti amo to all of you because I do. Tracy Mazzatenta. Mazzatenta. I don't know why automatically when I see names like that, I throw that little accent to it. Mazzatenta. I think that's how you say it. Welcome. Good to have you back, Tracy. Good to see you here. Welcome to all the meatballs. Thank you all so very much for jumping in here and spilling some sauce with us today, guys, because that's what we is doing. Oh yeah, I used to play Frogger on that, on the Tandy.
Yep.
Kaleido, good to see you. Oh, there it is.
I had
Mike,
the hots for
Mikey's figuring it out. That's what he's doing. I see you doing it.
what?
Are you figuring out what Cindy what she just posted?
Oh no. Lost in the sauce.
Ti voglio tanto bene. Oh, buonasera. Yes. Miss Cindy is in Rome, Italy, folks, by the way, just so you know.
When I was a kid, I had a girl up the road that I had the hots for, and she had frickin' Frogger, and that was the excuse to go over to her house
Sure.
to play
Absolutely.
Frogger.
Yeah, I bet that's what you work on over there.
Yeah.
Frogger, right? Yeah. No, we are not related. You're not the only person to ask me that, Annette. You know that, Mikey? I haven't told you that. Like 3 or 4 people have asked me if you and I are brothers.
You know,
I mean,
hey,
biologically, no, but
can't help good looks.
it's what it is. It is what it is. Miss Jessica, welcome, welcome, welcome. We got a new meatball in the house, guys. Welcome to the sauce, darling. Thanks for joining us, and welcome to the family. Good to have you here. Always happy to see new members here. Always, always. Welcome, welcome. I don't know if we don't have Micro Center here, Dolphin. And what are you talking about, Mama? Look at this. Stop inflating their heads.
I noticed you
Oh, jeez. Look at that. What are you trying to say? What are you trying to say? No, I can't. Not that, Nikki. I can't go anything near an Apple. I don't like Apple products at all. Mr. Adams in the house. Good to see you, brother. Oh, my God. Yes. Oregon Trail. How about that one? Remember that? Good God. That's crazy.
Yeah, holy smokes. Well, that's a blast from the past.
Or even better, where in the hell? I'm sorry, it wasn't that. It's where in the world is Carmen San Diego? Remember that one?
Yeah, buddy.
Not a thing, huh? You never got a clap? Everybody gets them. Good Lord. Good Lord. There you go, K13. Sorry about that. If you didn't, but you got one now. Oh, Misty Jane says we're telling our age. Oh, we're in the best age group out there, you guys. What are we talking about? From 30, I'm gonna say from 35 to 50. It's probably the best age group around right now. Rhode Island Housewives in the house. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. Oregon Trail. Yeah, 5th grade. That's about right. $10,000 for a damn pro gaming system. That's insane. God, I cannot justify that in my mind. I mean, if you're getting some kind of, if it's a career per se, maybe, or, like you get into these tournaments or whatever where you get paid back for it somehow, like if you use it for work in some senses, yeah. Mountain Mama's in the house. Good to see you, Mountain Mama. Thanks for being here with us. We appreciate you. All of you. Natalie B, welcome. Good to have you here. Yep, 52. I'm telling you guys, I think 50 is the new 30, in my opinion. 40 is the new 20. I'm just saying. I don't think any of us in this age group, I don't think any of us feel. What's up, Hash Cats? Good to see you, my friend. Thank you for joining us. I don't think any of us feel like we're. See, Miss Cynthia, she's 70. That's what I'm saying. Lady Speedwell 61.
I remember when I was in my teens and people say they're 40, and it was like, oh my god, that's freaking
It's so
old.
old. Yeah, I know. You feel like it's that's so old. What's going on? Good Lord, not anymore. Not anymore at all. My mother's 70. Dude, my mother's 70 years old. Okay. And she's been
Hmm.
in here. She comes in here all the time. She wears Vans. She wears like Chuck Taylor tennis shoes. All she's like up to date. She got my poor dad getting going and getting his facial hair lined up and getting his hair all lined out, and he's wearing the jeans that have the back pockets with the designs on the back pockets and shit. Now my dad's an old hippie, but they're hip, bro. I'm telling you, both of them. My dad wouldn't have been that way if it wasn't for her, but she got him hip too. She stays pretty hip. It's crazy. They're not 60s and 70s is not what it was. I'm telling you, everybody's younger now than what the ages are, which yeah, I guess it's a good thing. Um,
Let
all
me get
right,
something real quick. I'll be right back.
Eddie. Yes, sir. Eddie, my friend, brother, where is the title on the email that you sent me, sir? I was at my best in my 40s, but still feel about 14. Amen to that one. Amen to that one. Love all the over 40 speaking out. It is awesome, isn't it? It is. I'm 48 years old, other than physically. Now, physically, because my body's damaged, guys. I've explained that. Physically, I feel like I'm probably 75, 80 years old. But mentally, I feel like I'm 28 to 30 years old, guys. I have that I don't know how to explain it. That burst of life, I guess you could say. What did you say, Miss Kim? You are not old, Miss Kim. And yes, she's right. You are gorgeous. All of you ladies in here are. Every one of you guys. Absolutely beautiful. You are the beautiful people. Gary Apley, hey, hey. That's right. My grandma just turned 98. Amen and God bless her. That's awesome. I wish I had my grandparents here still. The inner energy. That's it. That's what it is. That's exactly what it is, K13. It's our inner energy. That's awesome. Welcome back, Crime Sleuthing. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Sooner Girl, good to have you here. Eddie, did you hear my question, my friend, or did I miss your answer? Just turned 40 last Saturday, going on 25. That's right, P Fox. Find a good Thai yoga massage therapist in your area. Oh my God. We don't have much of that around here where I'm at, bub. So sounds like a good idea too. Definitely sounds like a good idea. Mama Bear's a young one. She's young still. Miss Heather's young. Oh, Mama Bear, she's close to my age, but not close. Heather's young. Miss Brandy's, she's about around our age. Typically unique. Good to see you. Molly, she's a little younger than us, I think. Like I said, we're all in the same realm of, same realm here. Even the folks that are in their 70s and stuff like that, they don't seem to be 70, guys. I love it. I love it. Highly effective, huh? I want to check into that somewhere. Maybe I can find it close to around here. 43. That's right. The 1980s, man. I'm telling you. How old are you, Mikey?
I'll be 43 Friday.
Yeah, there you go. Happy early birthday, brother. You got that all
Appreciate.
set up already, don't you?
Yeah.
What's your plan?
Oh, I got one close friend in town, so we're just gonna kind of go out and gallivant.
You're gonna make it happen, right? Right, right.
Oh, you know what? It won't be happening Saturday morning.
Gonna
I
go
can tell you
party
that.
like it's 1999. Oh wait, wait. We're past that now, right? Yeah. Mandy Joe, what is going on? Oh my God, Mikey, why is your shirt so big? What are you talking about? It looks like it fits in perfectly. Why are you analyzing his shirt, Mandy? I think Mandy's checking you out, bro. What's up with that? Come on now, Mandy. Anyway, Carolyn said her son is 43. Right?
Mm,
Jesse Lynn, good to
maybe
see you.
because it has sleeves on
Oh, okay.
it.
Could be it. Yeah. Chick says she still thinks she's 21. I can understand. That's the way it's supposed to be. We heard yesterday he was bringing the heat. Now he's all covered up. Oh, okay. That's what it is.
I can't look three tigers two
Uh,
days in a row.
Bella Italia, welcome. Good to have you here, dear. Thanks for joining us. Mandy Joe. Mandy Joe.
She's just keeping us awake.
That's it. That's it. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Say please, welcome. Good to see you. Eddie, where are you, my brother? I don't see you, my friend. What is the title of that email you sent me, my friend? I'm trying to pull this up and I just cannot do it. No, that's not it. Dang it. Brandy Oliver, good to see you. Good to see you here. Thank you. Generation X refusing to age. That's right. That's right. Amethyst, good to see you, dear. What did Jameson say? No, she already knows that. We've told her. She don't sound like it either. Good Lord, if you were not to see her face and she starts talking to you, you'd think you was talking to a 16-year-old kid, 14-year-old kid with that voice. Red Riding Hood's in the house. Good to see you. Carmel Lucifer, thanks for joining us today. Johnny Rotten. That's right. As long as Johnny Rotten's good, you'll be good. There you go. The Sex Pistols. There we go. Thank you, my friend. There you go. Moscow Police Department. Thank you. All right. Got you, buddy. Appreciate you. All right. Let's see what we got here. Boom. Okay. I was thrown off by the name, buddy. I seen it already, but the name was off, so that's my fault. The wanna be a cowboy. What's up, cowboy? Good to have you here. I can't behave. Mandy, no, we don't want Mandy to behave. She's a trip. She keeps everybody on their feet in here. All things silver, welcome back. Good to see you. Gothic Rose, good to have you here. My 16-year-old asked if we had police in the 70s. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we sure did.
It's crazy to think the cars they drove around back then, like those big old boats, you know.
In the 70s, yeah, man. Dana Nelson, welcome. Good to see you. Wow. Things have changed a lot, you guys. Stacy Cash, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Things have changed so much too. I remember when I was in high school, I think our local police had those, we called them bathtubs, the big Chevy Caprice Classics.
Oh yeah.
It looked like an upside down bathtub, like you know what I mean? That big body. I'm like, how the
Yeah.
hell is a police cruiser that big going to get to anybody? They could move though.
6,000 pounds.
Yeah, yeah. What's up, Dinky? Good to see you. Number 12. Good to have you here. Ready, set. I always want to say hello, but I can't remember the full name to type out. Howdy. Hello to all of you. I'm still old school. Oh, yeah. There's nothing wrong with old school. Nothing at all. Old school, new school, whatever school. It's all school. Who had an aardvark video place? What is that? Tocha Williams, welcome. Good to see you. We got 332 amazing people in here, guys. And let me see. Did we hit it? Nope. We're only at 90 likes. What's up? You guys don't like me anymore? Come on now. Let's
Mine,
get out in that algorithm, folks.
mine shows 152.
Likes?
Yeah.
Maybe I needed to refresh it then. Oh, now it jumps up. Yeah, okay. It's up there. We're out there. I spoke too soon. Let me know if I got to slow the chat, guys. Family came from Sicily to New Orleans. All right. Hey, hey. Siamo Sicilian. Love it. That's what I am. And Slovak. Slovenian, whatever you want to call it. That's the other part of me. Good food all the way around. Bobby J, good to see you. And I didn't even say it once today yet, guys. So if you will, please leave me a little bit of your DNA on my like button, if you will. I appreciate that so very much, guys. Please do share this out. And if you can, after the show, please leave me a comment and let me know whether you loved it, hated it, whatever it was. Let me know. Good stuff, Jennifer. I hope you liked it. There's more coming, and it gets better as we go on. 1974. 6'2", about 125 kilograms, covered in tattoos, and a big baby when it. I am too. Don't feel bad. Any brothers in here, any dudes in here, any whatever. If you got a fear of spiders, don't be ashamed, because I am petrified, bro. Petrified. Sicilian, Greek, Cherokee, and Swedish. Good Lord, Fupa. Do you argue with yourself in the mirror when you get up in the morning? Good Lord. My best friend, Angie, the one that passed away, she was Greek and Sicilian. And you want to talk about an attitude? Good God. Good God. I prayed never to piss that woman off. She was scary. I loved her to death, though, and I miss her every day. Who's ringing? I don't know. Yeah, London Irish. Right. Let's get this up and rolling. So, as I said yesterday, enough gabbing, guys. I could sit here and talk to you guys about anything all day long.
Don't start.
But we got some work to do. Oh, you're funny, Mama Bear. You're so funny.
Oh.
So very funny. Ha 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 ha. I'm laughing so hard. All right. All right. Let's see here. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I'm confused. Are these videos, Eddie? Kim did it first. Oh, okay. Throwing Kim under the bus. That's cute. North Carolina Mountain Man, what's going on? We are doing that today, my friend. Today. Okay. That didn't work.
Yeah, I don't know what the ringing noise is.
There we go. Oh my God. Answer the phone. There's my mother-in-law's phone out on the porch. Well, this is a different angle.
Is this one of those parking lot videos?
No, this is a presser. The first one from November 20th. Or no, this isn't the first one. Wait a minute. We watched the first one yesterday, I believe. This is the second one. Wait a minute. 17th, 16th, 17, 18, 19, 20. This is the second one, yeah. I got it worked out, Eddie. Thank you. I couldn't get that lucky number 12. I shouldn't say that. That's mean. Said your mother-in-law fell off the porch. I'm really not that mean. I'm just being silly.
I remember that day with the ladder.
Yep, so do I. Highlight of the year for me.
Sweet memories.
I'm really not that mean, you guys. I get so irritated at times. That's all it is. I love her to death. I don't think they did, Dolphin. I think the first one, this is the second one. I think the first presser was on the 16th. Giant house spider. They are real. It ran so fast across my tender store. No. Nope. Listen, I'm not going to lie to you guys. Spider thing, real quick before we get rolling with this. I can't handle them. Miss Lisa, she's part of our team over in Australia. They got them, what the hell are them things called again, Mikey? Them big ass, they're like the size of your hand. The small ones are.
That's on the tip of my tongue.
It's not a camel spider. It's something else. Doozy, what's up? No. Fupa, no, it doesn't. Huntsman. Yeah. Yes, thank you, Mama Bear. This poor woman it was on the corner of her monitor. And I'm not lying to you guys. Lisa, Miss Lisa, it was like bigger than the phone. Okay. And it's no big deal. She was talking about some kind of screaming spider chasing her son down the road up into the back of a damn truck. He had to jump in his truck and drive away to get away from the damn thing. And she said it was like this big. Nope. That is why all you Aussies can stay right there, and I will stay right here. Ain't doing it. Yeah, we have the big wolf spiders here too, and they get about that big. You know, I've had a few of them in my house that made me want to pull my gun out. No, I can't handle that. It just drives me nuts. I can't do it. Even thinking about it freaks me out. Oh, you're absolutely right, Lucifer. They do. They eat all the other bugs. Sandy G, Mikey is a moderator and a co-host. Yes. Melanie Thompson, good to see you. Thanks for doing this. I'm Aussie, and you don't see them all the time. One time's enough for me, Melanie. That's all I got to say. Once. Something that big? Nope. I can't even. I'm getting the chills thinking about this shit now. I can't. I shouldn't have got brought up. I'm done. I have a little jumping spider. She's so cute. And tame, called Lilith. Gothic Rose. Do we need to have a sidebar conversation? Because no, that's not acceptable. Angie Riley, good to see you. Mandy says I'm terrified of rodeo clowns. What the hell are you talking about, Mandy? Where do you come from with this shit? Daddy Longlegs? No, Daddy Longlegs, you guys, is actually the deadliest spider out there. But it's her fangs are so small and thin that they can't break the skin. If they could bite us, their venom could kill us. Nothing scarier. Mandy, stop. I can't. Nothing is scarier than a toddler standing by your bed in the middle of the night. This is a fact. When you wake up to them, they're going, staring at you. Yeah, that's creepy. My kids used to do that to me.
That must be my hidden problem.
It could be. Oh, Chucky's awesome. I want one. I want a Chucky doll. I really do. You guys ever want to send me a gift? Send me a Chucky doll. I don't have one. I want a real deal looking Chucky doll. For real. Yes, staring into your soul. Yeah, because they're half asleep staring at you, and you wake up to that, and you're like, what the hell are you doing? My son used to do that. My oldest son, when he was little, he's got a tick. He's always had it. He does this with his head, okay? He's always had this. So imagine waking up at 3 a.m., and he was probably 12 at the time, He had a nightmare or something. He was standing in my doorway with the light from the window coming through behind him. And all I did was I looked up and I was like, what the hell? And you see this shadow in the doorway going, just staring at you. And I nudged my first wife, the creature I was married to. And I was like, what is going on? She was like, what? I said, look. She looks at him. And I was like, yeah, you can handle that. I'm going to crawl up in a ball and go hide in the corner now because it scared the hell out of me. Do you Zelle? I do. I haven't done it in a while, but I do. Um, all right, guys. My son, that oldest child, has a clown phobia too. Yeah, Ramsey, I do have Zelle. I can put it up here if you want me to. Just let me know. One moment here. Got chills listening to it. I'll bet. It's creepy. It was creepy. Was. Very creepy. All right. Let me get this to play in here. Where did it go? Did I take it down? I must have. Okay. Like I said, guys, I could sit and talk to you guys. Yes, we're watching it. Calm down, guys. My apologies. So start talking about stuff. I enjoy talking to you guys. I'm sorry. I can't help myself. 12. You're just silly. All right, moving forward. Let's do this. All right, 1 second here.
University of Idaho President Scott Green, Dean of Students for the University of Idaho, Blaine Eccles, and Lake County Prosecutor Bill Thompson. This incident has shaken our community, has continued to shake our community. We continue to mourn for the victims. We will continue to vigorously pursue the investigation and pursue justice in this case. It is a complex and terrible crime. It will take some time to resolve. Today, we want to clarify what we know and where we're at in this investigation. Our primary goal is public safety and to get a completion of this case and bring someone to justice. We continue to dedicate all the resources to this investigation. We've had 646 tips received, and all will be processed, vetted, investigated, and cleared. We've done over 90 interviews in this case so far, and the Moscow Police Department is utilizing the assistance from the Idaho State Police, the
90
Federal
interviews, no records.
and the Lake County Sheriff's Office.
What did you say, Mike?
90 interviews, no records.
Yeah, right. How about that one?
The personnel that has been assigned to this from the Moscow Police Department is 4 detectives, 24 officers, and 5 support staff. Federal Bureau of Investigators, we have 22 investigators in Moscow, 20 additional are assigned and located in the Treasure Valley, Salt Lake City, Utah, and West Virginia. We have 2 behavior analysis individuals from the Federal Bureau of Investigation. For the Idaho State Police, we have 20 investigators, a public information officer, ISP forensic services, and a crime scene team. We have 15 uniformed troopers to assist our community to help provide the additional resources for our patrols. Detectives are looking to develop any content that would help us in this event. Anyone who has observed any notable behavior or has any video or can provide relevant information about these murders, please call our tip line at 208-883-7180. Or you can email the tip line and that is tipline@ci.moscow.id.us. At this time, I would like to introduce Captain Lanier to give you some additional information.
Good afternoon. My name is Roger Lanier. I'm a captain over the Operations Division for the Moscow Police Department. My last name is spelled Lanier. I just want to first state that this tragic murder has shaken the community. It's been very hard for members of the community, and it's been equally difficult for our.
By the way, guys, just want you to know that this guy very quietly retired recently too. Okay, so he's no longer with Moscow PD. Just so you know.
Officers and for the investigators. We will continue to put all of our resources towards investigating and bringing this to a resolution. Here's what we've determined so far. On the evening of November 12th, Kaylee Gonsalves and Madison Morgan were at a local bar and were later at a food truck in downtown Moscow. They arrived home at approximately 1:45 a.m. on the morning of November 13th. Ethan Chapin and Xana Kernodle were at the Sigma Chi house before also arriving home at approximately 1:45 a.m. Two surviving roommates were also out in the community, and they returned home at approximately 1 a.m. and did not wake up until later that morning. On the morning of November 13th, at 11:58 a.m., a 911 call was placed to the Whitcomb Dispatch Center reporting an unconscious person. The call originated from inside the residence and was made from the phone of one of the surviving roommates. Moscow Police Department officers responded and located 4 victims, 2 on the second floor and 2 on the third floor. The Latah County coroners conducted autopsies, and detectives have been provided with the results of those autopsies. We know that the autopsies confirmed the identity of the 4 victims, determined the cause and manner of death as homicide by stabbing, and determined that it was likely all 4 victims were asleep during the attack. Some of the victims had defensive wounds, and each victim was stabbed multiple times. There was no sign of sexual assault. Investigators have determined 2 areas of interest within the city and have provided maps which are on our Facebook page and on our website. And these are areas that they have canvassed for additional surveillance video and tips, and have contacted several residents in the areas.
Hey, Cheryl.
The areas are generally south of Taylor Avenue to Palouse River Drive and west of Highway 95. Detectives have also canvassed several other neighborhoods looking for evidence, looking for additional surveillance video, and contacting residents and speaking to them to see if they may have heard or seen something. I want to address several areas of speculation, conjecture, and misinformation that has circulated on social media platforms and otherwise. We do not believe the following individuals are involved in this crime: the 2 surviving roommates, a male seen at the grub truck food vendor downtown, specifically wearing a white hoodie, a private party who provided rides home to Kaylee and Madison in the early morning hour of November 13th. Additionally, the identity of the 911 caller and the 911 call have not been released, so any information out there is speculation about that. Investigators are aware that multiple phone calls from Madison and Kaylee's phone were made to a male subject. Any online reports stating that the victims had been tied and gagged are not accurate. Detectives seized the contents of 3 dumpsters on King Road and searched those dumpsters in an effort to find additional evidence, but nothing of note was discovered. Early in the investigation, Local businesses were canvassed in an effort to see if any fixed blade type knives may have recently been purchased. And currently, there are no suspects in custody, and we have not located a weapon. I want to assure you that every investigator involved will continue to put all of their resources and all of our partner agencies' resources into continuing this investigation. We do appreciate the community support. We understand how stressful it is, and we will continue to work through this situation. At this time,
I will say, Coco, I agree. I've not seen specifically a press conference where they have said this person and that person has been cleared. I have not seen that, and it's awful quick that has been done. Cowboy Showalter did not go to Africa, but he did go into hiding. From my understanding, he went back to his parents' house in the middle of the night. So I'd like to know whether they went and interviewed him, brought him back, phone interviewed him, whatever they did. I don't know, Willow, if that's true or not. If Caden is in that front row or not, I will have to go back and look, but I don't think so. Tuesday's Child, good to see you. Sure. Welcome, Elizabeth. Good to see you, Cupcake. Thank you for joining us. Okay.
I would like to turn the mic over to Colonel Wills from the Idaho State Police.
No, Jack Showalter isn't. From what we understand, he's still around that area somewhere.
Thank you, Captain. My name is Kedrick Wills, KEDRICKWILLS, and I serve as the director of the Idaho State Police. And I appreciate your attendance this afternoon as we talk about this horrific crime. The murders of Ethan, Xana, Madison, and Kaylee are a tragic loss to all of us. Nothing we can do will bring back these young lives. But we have an absolute commitment to working together to solve these senseless murders. And the way that we know how to do that is partnerships. And our partnership with the Moscow Police Department, with the Idaho State Police, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and the University of Idaho to bring this issue to a conclusion and bring this to justice is absolute. We continue with Idaho State Police resources here on the ground in Moscow and throughout Idaho. Whatever the needs are, that's what we want to do. And the chief spoke about the Idaho State Police resources that are here, and he spoke about patrol resources. And we have those uniformed troopers here in Moscow and on the campus of the University of Idaho to help people to feel safe and to provide that security to the people that are here, both in the student body as well as in the community at large. And we will continue to do that as long as is necessary throughout this time. In addition to our forensics team that was here, in addition to our investigative team and all the other state police resources. We know that people want answers. We want answers too. As was already mentioned, this is really, really difficult for those investigators, those dedicated professionals who are investigating this crime. And a lot of people have expressed their desire to help. And the best thing that most of people can do to help is to stop with any kind of rumors and just seek official information that comes out of the Moscow Police Department. Anything that we have that we can share from a law enforcement perspective, we will be sharing just as soon as we can, because that's how we think that we can get this to conclusion. Please rely on official sources of information, and please be patient. I understand that everybody wishes that this was solved already, but these things take time. It takes time to work through. You heard the stats of all the tips and everything, the interviews and everything that's been done. This takes time for our investigators to work through. So please be patient as we work through this investigation. We owe this to these young kids, to these young adults. We owe it to them. And we are absolutely dedicated to make sure that happens. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to introduce the University of Idaho President Scott Green. Scott Green, President.
Now, I do have to say that pay attention to the way this guy acts. He does get emotional at times, and I can say that that's probably real, but I have questions about him. He's something's off with him, in my opinion. Personally, I'm not saying that he's responsible for anything. He just acts different to me. That's all I'm saying. It's a good point, Brandy. I appreciate that, dear.
University of Idaho. Last name spelled Green, like the color. First, we continue to extend our heartfelt condolences to the families and friends of the victims. As stated earlier, we want justice and appreciate the increased resources from the Idaho State Police and FBI that have brought to bear on this crime. We fully appreciate and share the frustration of our students, employees, parents, community members who continue to push for answers. While we wait for answers in the investigation, we've ramped up our security safety practices and are listening to students and supporting them in any way possible. The University of Idaho's primary focus now is on supporting our students and working to meet their varied needs. The police continue to inform us that they believe this was a targeted attack, but we recognize this is not good enough for some of our students who will want to complete their semester remotely until the person who committed the crime is in custody. We are also hearing that some students want to be back on campus and in Moscow because they gain comfort from the structure of classes and being with their friends and professors. All reactions and feelings are valid, and we all process these tragedies differently. We're asking instructors to plan for both sets of students as we finish the semester. We will be communicating decisions early this week so that families can discuss and plan their individual response over the Thanksgiving break. We learned a lot during COVID, and we have many.
Mikey, I'll be right back. I gotta go fill my cup real quick. Be a couple seconds, all right?
Sounds good, buddy.
Course delivery options our faculty can deploy to meet student needs. Student and employee safety remain our priority. We have increased security patrols on campus since we were notified of this off-campus incident. We've also benefited from increased Idaho State Police presence on our campus, which we are grateful for. They have been a very visible force, and they will continue this dedicated presence on our campus into the foreseeable future. Importantly, they have also assigned resources to the community since this crime occurred off campus. In addition to the campus-wide precautions being taken, we offer the following safety and security features in our residence halls. We will continue our Safe Walk, available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. All residence halls are locked 24 hours a day and only accessible by students that live in the building. All guests must be accompanied by a resident of the building. Each residential community has a dedicated resident assistant staff and a live-in full-time resident director to help ensure a safe environment. Every evening, there are resident assistants that are on duty to perform safety and security rounds in their area, including during fall break. Housing and Resident Life always has at least 2 full-time staff members that are on call to provide support and emergency response 24 hours a day, including over the fall break. And our Learning Center Information Desk Living and Learning Center Information Desk is open 24 hours a day and will be open all of fall break for our students' needs. While we certainly hope there's a swift closure with the arrest of whoever is responsible for this crime, we must also be prepared for all the possibilities, including a lengthy investigation. We must balance safety concerns and the need to grieve, along with the long-term needs of our students and our employees. We're making security our top priority. We are also planning for the very real possibility that some students aren't comfortable returning to campus. We will do our best to meet the needs of all students. Our faculty is working hard over the break to consider alternative delivery methods. We will also continue making counseling services available for all our students and employees as we process our grief. The care and concern for our Vandal family is our primary role, and we take that very seriously. We are a Vandal family, nothing means more to us than family. And I'd also like to just thank all those for the great outpouring of support we received from the nation this been incredible time, and all those who stand in solidarity with us, just know it means a great deal to us. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good question, D Smalls. Why was campus security down that night? There seemed to be a lot that was down.
We're going to open it up at this time to about 8 to 10 questions. We ask that only one question is asked per person, please. And I would also like to just see if there's an Argonaut reporter here. I think it's only fair to give our student reporter the first shot.
Speak up if you're in the room, if you're from the Argonaut.
Are you from the University of Idaho Argonaut? Is anybody from the University of Idaho Argonaut? Okay.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Ted Williams.
What'd you say, Mikey? I heard something in the background.
D Smalls had just mentioned why campus security was down that night, and I had just said that it seemed like a lot happened to be down that night.
Yeah, considering the Wi-Fi issue, the campus security, whoever these undercover fellers were, things were just a lot of things were off that night, in my opinion. So definitely.
Fox News. You all have said that these killings are targeted. Can you share with us why you believe they are targeted killings? And do you know who, if any, of the victims were the actual targets of the killings?
As we stated earlier in the previous press conference, we believe they're targeted because we take a totality of all the circumstances that we're looking at. Do we know any one person that it was targeted? We're not able to say at this point in time due to our investigation, but we still believe that. But we, like I said, we take a totality.
I do believe that's true, Dana.
Chief Glenn Mosley, Idaho Public Radio here in Moscow. On the resources, do you have the resources that you need?
We do have the resources. It is an incredible outpouring of what we receive from the Idaho State Police and from the Federal Bureau of Investigations and Latah County. Anything we ask for is given. So at any time, if we need additional, all I have to do is call the colonel, and he will provide that. He's already guaranteed me that, and I know the FBI has said the same thing.
Hi, Emma Epperly from the Spokesman Review. I know you've said you're not going to release who the 911 caller was, but was the killer the 911 caller?
I will tell you no.
Can you clarify, you said it was made from the roommate's phone, but you didn't say the roommate made the call. So did the roommate make the call on the roommate's phone, or can you verify that another individual made the call?
Actually, if we could just go to this one first. And so what I'll say to that is it was made from the roommate's call or phone, excuse me. And we're not going to divulge who made that call it's part of our investigation still. And when we get ready to release that, we will.
Hi, Christina Corbin with Fox News. The male subject whom the women called, has he been ruled out as a suspect or person of interest?
Everything that we have taken from those calls, we have followed up on, we've cleared, and we believe that there's no connection there.
Gotti Schwartz, NBC News. Just following up on the 911 call, you said that you don't believe that's the killer. Can you conclusively rule out the person that called 911 from inside the home as a suspect in this case?
Can you go ahead and just ask that one more time, please?
The person that was inside the home that called 911 that was not one of the roommates. Can you conclusively rule that person out as a suspect at this point?
I don't think I said that it wasn't one of the roommates. I said that it was used with the roommate's phone.
I believe somebody asked if that was the killer, and you said
no. That's correct.
Was there someone there other than the two roommates the police responded?
So will you clarify that for me?
You're not
There was other friends that had arrived at the location.
How many? Everybody made the call.
Honestly, I'm not quite sure at this time, to be quite honest.
Do you guys have any idea if the killer's still within the community, or are you looking outside the community for the killer in terms of their physical location?
We are looking everywhere that evidence would lead us. I can't say if the person's here. I can't say what community the person's in. We're utilizing every resource we can to make that location of that individual. And part of that is the safety of our community is paramount. And that's why we brought in the resource that we brought in to keep our community as safe as we can.
Being so close to the border, does that make it kind of automatically an interstate investigation? Can you comment on that?
I cannot comment on that. I'm not even aware.
Did you look in Washington at all, I guess, or?
We're looking everywhere. I'm going to take 2 more questions.
Do you still believe this attack was done by one perpetrator? And if so, how does one individual kill 4 people at night and not wake up the other 2 roommates?
Our investigation will continue to look at all avenues of that investigation. I cannot disclose any of that information. I don't even know that information at this point in time, and that's why we're continuing to investigate.
You don't know how this happened without the other 2 roommates hearing it or waking up or noticing?
We do not. One more question.
You can see that he seems to be getting slightly agitated. His face is turning red, things like that. I mean, you have to expect these kind of questions to come from media. You know what I mean? These are standard questions, guys. I don't know. It's something's off. You know, this guy, he talks with he's one of these people that when he gets a certain mood, he turns red. He does, you know what I mean? That kind of stuff. What's up, B Slims? Good to see you, dear. So yeah.
I think on top of it too, you know, he's not used to being grilled about anything, so that doesn't help.
Right. Absolutely, I can agree with that for sure.
Doesn't help with the shade.
Yeah, right, exactly. Thank you, Heather, for that again, dear.
Hi, Angela Palermo, Idaho Statesman. In the press release yesterday, you confirmed that the victims were found on the 2nd and 3rd floors of the home. Can you say which of the victims were found where?
I'm not going to go ahead and disclose that information. They were found on the 2nd and 3rd floor. And that's as far as we're going to go with that part of the investigation too, because all those key pieces do come to play later. So we do thank you. We thank you for meeting with us. We thank you for helping get information out. And I can assure you, we will continue to work hard. We will continue to do everything we can to solve this. So thank you.
You're absolutely correct, Salty. We're not supposed to look at BK and make assumptions based on the way he looks. So this guy is talking in regards to what is going on in the case. He's telling us things that we're supposed to believe based on what he's saying because he's a law enforcement official. Me stating that I think that something that he may be getting upset because his face is turning red is just a statement, blanket statement showing that in that sense that that's an assumption of mine. That's all it is. Because of this situation. He's also not accused of a crime. Okay. I guess I can see what you're trying to say there for whatever reason, but that's all I'm saying with that. All right, so there's that one. Let me go back here now. Uno momento. Oh yeah, yeah. I just said that earlier. He very quietly retired shortly after all this got into effect. So that's a little weird to me, but whatever. Hey, it was just that time, guys.
Who did?
Captain Lanier, the first guy that spoke.
Oh, no shit, huh?
Yeah, he looks a lot like Fry. He retired quietly and did his thing. Very interesting to me, but I don't know. It may have nothing to do with anything, folks. He just maybe just didn't want to deal with this and retired. You know what I'm saying? Uh, that's a good point, Willow. Was it weird that Caden did not attend this press release, being that he worked for the Argonaut, or was he grieving? That's very possible, and it's a good question at the same time. We don't know. You know what I mean? Okay, I've only found one on here, Eddie. Let's say. One second here. Okay, this is the other one from the 23rd. Caden Young was another student there. He was the head of one of the fraternities that ended up passing away due to a drug overdose. Yes, Roger Lanier. He was the captain. He was the first guy that spoke in regards to the first press conference. And in this one, too, I believe. All the shirts, good to see you. All right, let's see. Let me get this up and running for you guys on this side, too. And again, when did your son get a job? With a newspaper.
What is she talking about, Willis?
What the hell are you talking about? No, not that, Aiden, you dork.
Sure, that's the most important part of my job. I just want to let you guys know that there will be a question and answer time. We're going to try and extend it today to be a little bit longer. That way more people have the opportunity to ask questions. We have a gentleman.
No, I'm not familiar, Double Doll.
And he does not know what organization you're from. And so this will, so it's purely random. So please keep questions to one or two, and we'll try and get to as many people as possible. So thank you.
If he's talking, it's a little quiet, buddy.
What? No, he's not talking.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I got 30 different screens going here.
Afternoon. My name is Chief James Fry with the Moscow Police Department. Joining me today is Captain Roger Lanier with the Moscow Police Department.
Can you hear it okay?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Moscow Deputy City Supervisor Tyler Palmer, Colonel Kedrick Wills of the Idaho State Police, University of Idaho President Scott Green, University of Idaho Dean of Students Lane Eccles, and Latah County Prosecutor Bill Thompson. We are thankful for all the tips and leads the public has provided in Ethan, Xana, Kaylee, and Madison's murder investigation. No bit of information is too small, and every tip will be pursued. So far, this information has helped investigators build a picture of the areas of interest and the relationships these four had with each other and our community. We still believe there's more information to be gathered, which will continue creating a window through which we view this case. We all want to understand why this happened and what drove someone to do this. Families of those involved and our entire community deserve to know. We ask anyone with any information related to what happened with these four who are in our community, their interaction with others, and whether they expressed concern or commented about someone or something strange, to get that information to us. Even if you don't believe it is relevant, investigators will review and determine if and how your information builds the picture. Sometimes what a video or picture doesn't show is equally as important as what might be there.
I'm sorry, you guys. This is as loud as I can get it. I can't get it any louder. Judgmental. My apologies. You might maybe your earbuds or something might make it louder. This is the best I can do right now.
Information on how to submit tips and updates on the investigation can be found on the Moscow Police Department webpage. We continue moving forward to understand why this occurred in our community and seek answers to bring justice for the victims and their loved ones, because they deserve it. I personally want you to know we care, and we will continue to work hard to get these answers for these individuals. At this time, I'd like to introduce Captain Roger Lanier for an update on what we can currently share about this investigation.
Good afternoon. I'm Captain Roger Lanier with the Moscow Police Department. I want to assure you first off that the loss of Xana, Kaylee, Madison, and Ethan remains the highest priority for the Moscow Police Department. We will continue putting all of our resources into investigating and solving these murders. Investigators are prepared to work through the Thanksgiving holiday to continue their efforts. I also want to express our sincere appreciation to the Idaho State Police, the FBI, University of Idaho, and the Latah County Sheriff's Office for their assistance. And I especially want to thank the community of Moscow for their outpouring of support through this incredibly difficult time. Today, I'm going to recap in brief what we know. I'm going to provide some new information, and I'm going to address some rumors. On the evening of November 12th and into the early morning hours of November 13th, Kaylee and Madison arrived home at approximately 1:45 a.m. after visiting a local bar and a street food vendor. Ethan and Xana were also out in the community at Sigma Chi, and they arrived home at approximately 1:45 a.m. Two surviving roommates who were also out in the community arrived home at approximately 1 a.m. Later, on the morning of November 13th at 11:58 a.m., a 911 call was placed. The call reported an unconscious person. The call originated from inside the residence, and a surviving roommate's cell phone was used. During that call, the dispatcher spoke to multiple people who were on scene. Moscow police officers responded.
Hey, Carol M., good to see you. Thanks for being here.
On the second floor and two on the third floor of 1122 King Road. The results of autopsies indicated that the four were stabbed multiple times and were likely asleep during the attack. Some had defensive wounds, and there was no sign of sexual assault. We do not believe the following individuals were involved: the two surviving roommates, the male seen in a grub truck video circulating on the internet, a private party who drove Kaylee and Madison home, any of the individuals who spoke to the dispatcher on the 911 call. We're also aware of a male whom Madison and Kaylee had called several times the morning of November 13th, and we do not suspect that individual. Detectives have canvassed the neighborhoods looking for evidence, physical evidence, video surveillance, and they've contacted numerous residents to see if anybody may have seen or heard anything.
Good to see you, Tommy. By the way, that's a good question, guys. Something I've been questioning myself. And partly what we're going to talk about here when we start talking about the other side of this. Very interesting, to say the very least. Again, thank you for that comment, my friend.
They continue requesting tips that can be sent to our tip line or called into our tip line. The specific areas that we're interested in are detailed on maps on our city website and our Facebook page, but as stated earlier, generally south of Taylor Avenue to Palouse River Drive and the area west of US 95 over to the Arboretum. We have heard mention that Kaylee stated she may have had a stalker. Detectives have been looking into that and to this point have been unable to corroborate the statement, although we continue to seek information and tips regarding that report. No suspects have been named or arrested, and we continue looking for what we believe to be a fixed blade knife used in the murders. We have not released the names of any of the subjects who spoke on the 911 call, and we have not released the call itself.
They weren't asleep, Terry.
Any online reports of the victims being tied and gagged are not accurate. Regarding the resources that we've put forth in this investigation, the Moscow Police Department has 4 detectives, 24 patrol officers, and 5 support staff dedicated to this investigation. The FBI has 22 investigators in Moscow and 20 additional agents assigned in various locations, as well as 2 members of the Behavioral Analysis Unit. The Idaho State Police has 20 investigators, a public information team, a forensic services and crime scene team, and 15 uniformed troopers who have been valuable in helping provide community patrols and safety patrols. We very much appreciate their support. This is our highest priority. It will remain our highest priority. We owe that to the families. At this time, I would like to introduce Colonel Kedrick Wills from the Idaho State Police.
Thank you, Captain, and thank you for those that are in attendance today for your attendance. We really appreciate this. What has affected Moscow and the community here has affected all of us as Idahoans. We have a way in Idaho that the communities come together in tough times, and this is one of those tough times. Leads from the community are important, and as the captain spoke, no tip is too small, and we would urge anybody that has any information whatsoever to please provide that to help us solve this case. The lead agency of this case is Moscow Police Department with Chief Fry and his dedicated team of professionals, and the Idaho State Police's role is to support them and their good work here. There is an awful lot of efforts going on behind the scenes, and I'll explain why it's behind the scenes in just a moment. But what can't be seen isn't always known of what we do in law enforcement, and I'd like to explain that in just a moment. But the Idaho State Police and the FBI continue to provide resources to this investigation. I would like to speak for just a moment, if I could, not about this specific case, but rather an overview of how cases are investigated, so that maybe it'll give some sense of the why of the timeline here. We understand you want answers. We want answers too. But these take time, and if I could explain just a minute about the process here of what we go through just generally in investigations. So we use in advanced investigative techniques and crime scene processing. So what happens when a call comes in, the original officers, the first officers that respond to a scene, and then once that they've got their work there and determined that they need some additional investigative assistance, then they call investigators to come and help process that scene. And oftentimes it requires a forensics team to help process that scene. And when I say process the scene, what we're looking for is we're looking for any evidence that may help us to be able to find the people or person responsible for what we're seeing. And so we're collecting biological evidence, we're collecting latent evidence, whether it's shoe prints or tire marks or anything like that. We're trying to collect that evidence. We're trying to we do that through photographs. We do that through 3D mapping to be able to map the scene. We identify and we mark evidence, and then we collect that evidence. And then we look for any evidence that we think may be helpful And once that is done, then we package all that evidence up and we send it off to forensics laboratories to be analyzed to see if it can help provide clues of what's happening. All of this takes an immense amount of time. The reason this is important to understand is because it's important that while this is such a tragic circumstance that we find ourselves in law enforcement, we believe we owe this to the surviving families to get this right. And so we're not willing to sacrifice speed for quality. We do testing for blood. We do latent print processing, any documentations for anything at the scene so that we can reconstruct that scene at a later date. If I could share just a few statistics of this particular crime scene. At this crime scene, we collected 103 pieces of individual evidence. We took approximately 4,000 photographs. We've conducted multiple 3D scans of the residence, and we have hundreds of hours used by technicians and investigators, including our forensics team and detectives from multiple agencies. We've processed over 1,000 total tips and conducted 150 interviews. I hope that you understand that gives a little bit of a perception of just how complex this case is. We have the utmost confidence in this investigation and that this investigation will be done right. We ask you and we ask the public to please remain patient as this investigation unfolds. And please rely on official sources of information. We really appreciate the media's assistance. We know you have a job to do. We know that you're professionals and you do it to the best of your ability. And we're thankful that you're here because without you, we could not get the correct information to the community that could help us solve this. So I can't overemphasize how much I appreciate and we appreciate in law enforcement your willingness to do this. What you are doing matters. And it matters in what we are committed to doing, and that is to the best way we can think of to honor these victims and their families is to conduct this investigation correctly. Finally, I'd like to share that I've been in regular contact with Idaho's Governor Brad Little throughout this investigation. Governor Little is making available up to $1 million for expenses related to this ongoing investigation. As you heard, the resources that are here in Moscow and throughout with this investigation, you can see that those expenses would add up quickly. Like all Idahoans, Governor Little is deeply saddened by the loss of these 4 bright and promising young lives. And he's making sure the state of Idaho provides all of the resources possible to ensure that the person or persons responsible for this are brought to justice. And now I'd like to turn the time over to the University of Idaho President Scott Green.
Good afternoon. I'm Scott Green, President of the University of Idaho. We deeply appreciate the kind words of support we have been receiving from our alumni and friends, as well as many others who may not know us but have taken time to reach out. People are donating to the victims' GoFundMe pages and the Bruce Pittman Fund for Students in Need, and they're buying personal devices for our students and continuing to look for other ways that they can help. This is what it means to be a vandal. In the last 24 hours, we have sent updated communications to our students, employees, parents, and alumni. And in those communications, we discuss campus security, services available to our students and employees, our plans for both remote and live instruction to close the semester, and our plans for a candlelight vigil on November 30. All of this is available on our website. We all want swift justice and continue to work with law enforcement to aid them in any way helpful to their investigation. As the investigation continues, we will better know how to proceed in the new year. We will endeavor to find the balance among safety concerns, the need to grieve, and the long-term needs of all of our students and employees. Through everything we do, we will keep Kaylee, Madison, Xana, and Ethan, as well as their families and friends, in our thoughts and our prayers. Thank you. I'm sorry, I need to introduce Deputy City Supervisor Tyler Palmer. Tyler, sorry.
Good afternoon. My name is Tyler Palmer. I'm Deputy City Supervisor with the City of Moscow, and I'm here today on behalf of Mayor Arthur Betke, the Moscow City Council, and Moscow City Administration. The loss of Kaylee, Madison, Dana, and Ethan has sent an overwhelming, palpable wave of grief, confusion, sorrow, and anger through our peaceful community. Mayor Betke, with the support of our city council, has instructed staff to marshal all necessary resources for our law enforcement professionals as they diligently work to assure the safety of every member of this community and find the person or people responsible for this. The outpouring of support, kindness, and genuine empathy locally and even globally has been a humbling reminder that those who want to help far outnumber those who want to hurt. And we take some solace in that. To all of you who've reached out, sent letters and cards, provided food for those working around the clock on this investigation, and offered other resources, we thank you sincerely. These continued acts of charity and humanity remind us why we live in this tight-knit, caring community. The City of Moscow is committed to seeing this investigation through to a successful end and will continue to dedicate whatever resources are necessary for that effort. We are thankful for the immense support from the University of Idaho, Lake County, Governor Little and his office, the Idaho State Police, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Moscow is my home. And I know we won't be defined by tragedy, but how we respond to it. We mourn the loss of these beautiful young people, and we will relentlessly pursue justice on their behalf. Thank you.
So we would like to open it up to any questions, but I would like to ask if there's an Argonaut reporter here that would like to ask, and then second after that, an Evergreen reporter, if there's one in the room. So let's start with the Argonaut, please.
James Tormund Aldrich with the Argonaut. I have two questions, if that's all right. Firstly, being what the police presence is going to look like after Thanksgiving break and how long that's going to last.
So I'll go ahead and answer. The police presence is going to be very heavy after the break. We have Idaho State Patrol that will also still be in the area, and you'll see a high impact of patrol officers and troopers, as well as Lake County Sheriff's Department personnel in the area.
And then secondly, will there be any possibility of the release of the 911 phone call, even in transcript form?
Not at this time. That's part of our investigation.
Frankie Beer, the Daily Evergreen. I guess the Moscow PD press release mentioned looking into hundreds of pieces of information about Kaylee's potential stalker. I was wondering what led you to believe she did have a stalker possibly, and why those pieces of information haven't come up with conclusive results.
I'm actually going to let Captain Lanier answer this question, okay?
Thank you, Chief. We obtained information through some of our interviews that Kaylee had made some comments about a stalker, so that's where that came from. We have followed up looking at specific time frames in specific areas of town. So far, we have not been able to corroborate it, but we're not done looking into that piece of information.
Dan Springer, Fox News. If I can get Captain Lanier. Sir, why not tell the public who the target was? You've said that this was a targeted attack. Why not tell the public who was targeted? If it was multiple people, it would go a long ways to telling the public what you're looking for and who you're looking for, the type of person you're looking for. Why not do that to alleviate some of the fears out there in the community?
Well, first and foremost, we have the integrity of the investigation to preserve. And we feel like that information is integral to us and how we conduct our investigation. Releasing that to the public may or may not flood us with a lot of information that's not relevant or specific to what we're looking at. So we do want more information, but we don't want to we don't want to put our investigation in jeopardy by releasing what we have. there's always a balance between what you're willing to release versus what you're trying to gather. We told the public very clearly from the beginning that we're looking for a knife. Uh, we've told the public very clearly from the beginning that we believe it was a targeted attack. I mean, to be honest, you're going to have to trust us on that at this point because we're not going to release why we think that.
Lauren Patterson, Northwest Public Broadcast.
It makes me wonder in the middle of an investigation like this, before trial and anything's done, why this man would retire. It's just kind of interesting to me. I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking too far into it. Something I just it's odd.
Definitely is a little fishy.
I see that the official webpage.
Lauren
Patterson,
Northwest.
What's that, buddy?
Definitely is a little fishy.
Yeah, I can agree.
I mean, what's not though?
Broadcasting. The FBI.
I'm sorry. Say again.
I said, I mean, what's not though at this place?
Right. He did retire, Mandy. That's what I'm saying. I wonder why, before the trial and all that stuff, he retired before this. Unless, they're believing they got their suspect. They're done. Maybe, somebody said maybe it broke him. I guess. And he also was in Pullman, too. So, yeah.
Set up a special web
page just to collect digital information. I'm also curious if any of the investigators can speak to this. Curious if the Wi-Fi hotspot has been tapped at all. It's possible if the suspect had their phone on them, it may have pinged off the Wi-Fi in the residence. Has that been checked on at all?
As I stated, our investigation is looking at every avenue of every piece of evidence that we can. The FBI has given us a website for any downloads of video or anything. So we ask people, if you have any of that, to send it to us, please.
Thank you. Natasha Chen, CNN. I have a couple of questions here. One, in many homicide cases, the first hours, the first days are so incredibly crucial. Now that we're moving into a window that's further and further away from the incident, does that concern you about the ability to arrest a suspect, or do you have information that you simply can't share with us that makes you confident that you're close to solving this?
I'm going to have the Colonel step up and address that, please.
Well, thank you for the question, and I would like to address it a little more globally than specifically, a little more globally here. Yes, as time goes on, I mean, we're time past the initial calls for service and the initial crime. However, we also, as time goes on, are able to process the forensics evidence, any forensics evidence that we may have collected, and so that helps us. And we're also able to process the tips that continue to come in, which may help us. And so, while time in one respect is not beneficial, in another respect it is, because it helps provide us with that whole picture of with all of the information that we're gathering, whether it's evidence or tips or any other information that we're gathering, it may help us to provide a clearer picture. And so it may help answer those questions that we're seeking as well.
Hi, Angela Palermo, Idaho Statesman. I was wondering if there's any evidence that suggests the attacker visited the first floor where the two surviving roommates were.
That information will not be released at this time. It's part of our investigation. And as we stated earlier, there's many things that are involved in investigation that we will release and things we won't.
Good afternoon, Ashley Soriano, Fox News. I have two questions. Have you considered the possibility of a murder-suicide? Is that something that you guys are considering right now?
That question has been asked previously, not at a press conference. It's certainly something that we looked at in the early part of the investigation. It is not something that we're looking at this time.
And I know some of the investigators' vehicles and police vehicles are coming in and out of the driveway. Do you think that potentially could disturb any tire marks or other evidence?
Yeah, so the question has been asked about why did the crime scene tape expand, and that's not uncommon. When the first officers arrived, they tried to cordon off what they thought was important. We immediately expanded that when the investigators got there to process the scene. And logically, as this progresses, and you've seen this through our press releases, we have expanded it to several areas of the city and have in fact canvassed entire neighborhoods. So we try very, very hard to uncover every single bit of evidence possible in an area before we move on to the next area. So yes, we've looked at everything that we think we need to look at in and around the crime scene at this point. Well, it's a gravel parking area, so it would be hard to say that.
How are you folks holding up? How are your detectives and officers holding up? And Chief, you mentioned that detectives are prepared to work tomorrow on Thanksgiving. So is the expectation that they will be?
That is correct. We're going to have many detectives and agents working all the way through this incident. Our people are dedicated. Our people care about this community. Our people want to ensure the community that we're here to bring safety and we're here to get a resolve on this. So we will continue to push through. We'll give people time off as they need it, and we will continue to take care of them. But we're gonna keep pushing on this until we come to a conclusion.
Chris Mitchell, KLEW. Is there any plans to increase security for the Apple Cup on Friday?
Well, I can't speak to what's going on in the state of Washington. I can only speak to what we're doing here on the campus of the University of Idaho in concert with President Green and his team. We are absolutely, with the Idaho State Police and the Moscow Police Department, we are 100% dedicated to making sure that this continues to be a safe place for students to do what students need to do. And so that's why we have so many uniformed troopers here that aren't necessarily assisting with the investigation, but rather here to help with the campus security. And President Green and his team have been fantastic in helping to strike that balance to make sure that we have law enforcement resources here. So while I can't speak what's going on anywhere else, I can tell you at the University of Idaho, we have a lot of state troopers, a severe increase of state troopers and Moscow police officers here, both on campus as well as throughout the community.
John Gabell, ABC News. Are investigators looking at any possible connection to an unsolved double stabbing in the Salem, Oregon area about 1.5 years ago? Specifically, 2 people stabbed in their home in the middle of the night, long knife, no suspect at this point. One died, one survived.
I think we're looking at every avenue, and we have other agencies reaching out to us with other cases and stuff that we are doing follow up on. We will continue to follow up on those.
Are you aware of that case?
Actually, I had a tip come in on that case, and I forwarded it to our tip line.
Okay, one more question. Can you confirm the bodies have been released to the families or are being so released today?
I believe they have been released to the family, and I know that I believe one of them has already had a funeral.
Destiny Martin with the LCSC Pathfinder. Can you lend any insights into the possibility that the murder weapon is linked to the ROTC program? And also, you mentioned that the analysis unit is here. Will we be able to hear anything from them about a working profile they possibly have? And on that note, have you guys ruled out the possibility that the killer might be a female?
So we look at every avenue. We're looking at every group of people. Like I said early in our first press conference, we're not going to let any stone go unturned. I believe can you just clarify your second portion of that question? Oh, the BAU, sorry.
Yes, I would like to know if the BAU has a working profile because, you know, you look at victimology. Sure. Are you able to tell us who was killed first on the time of death so that we may understand, like, if it was a targeted attack, it would make the most sense if they killed one of the roommates and then maybe the other 2, you know, I'm not sure. This is not the situation, I'm getting off topic. My question is, are you guys looking at a working profile? Have they come up with anything new regarding the motive or intention of the killer or killers?
The BAU unit
is working diligently to do what they do. Will that be provided? I'm sure that may be provided once the conclusion of this case comes together. But they are continually taking in information, reading reports, and gathering information for that.
Good afternoon, Chief. Amanda Rowley with Crime 2. Seeing some speculation with some of the cars being searched this past week. Wonder if you can squash some of the rumors and that speculation. Is there anything you can share specifically on the white car out front, and then a follow-up for the university?
So I'll have Captain Lanier go ahead and come up with that.
Thank you.
Well, we have looked at a lot of different vehicles. I'm assuming you're referring to the vehicles that were in the parking lot at the time. Yeah, so some of those vehicles belonged to the victims and some belonged to other people in the house. And so for us, that's part of the crime scene. As I mentioned earlier, the crime scene was expanded out through the parking lot. So we wanted to make sure that we looked at those prior to releasing the crime scene. It was part of the initial investigation that night.
And for the university, is there any additional information at this time that you can offer about the candlelight vigil, maybe what we can expect from that? And then any other information you can provide about that ask of the community to light the night on November 30th?
Thank you for that. I'm going to turn this over to Blaine Eccles at this point. He's actually planning the whole event.
Good afternoon. I'm Blaine Eccles, Dean of Students. The vigil is going to be hosted next Wednesday, November 30th at 5 p.m. We have it scheduled for the administration lawn at the moment. We're going to make a final determination on location early next week, just because we're waiting for the weather window to get closer, so we feel comfortable that that's where it will be located. We're anticipating a large turnout of community members as well as university members, students, faculty, and staff at that particular event. And all of the families have been invited to join us if they so wish from that aspect of it. The response has just been absolutely beautiful and overwhelming to the love that has been provided to the institution as well as the family members. The Light the Night event that you're talking about, while I don't have a lot of details on that, is set to coincide at the same time, just so that people that can't be here in person as part of the vigil are going to be able to participate remotely as well. The vigil will be live streamed, and it's safe to say that the Vandal family is going to unite and come together to support the families in the darkest moments of their life, quite frankly.
So I'm going to go ahead and take two more questions, okay?
Jordan Smith, KXLY. At this point in time, do investigators know which entrance the suspect used to enter the residence? If this was someone who might have known the door code at the front or maybe used the back door?
Once again, that's part of our investigation. We're not going to release that information this time. Thank you.
No, both are Moro News 8. You said that this was a targeted event. You won't tell us why they were targeted. What should students do to prevent being targeted in the future?
Question, especially
Great
what
question.
just looking at different
Thank you, Heather. Welcome, hope, and happiness. All right. That takes care of that one. Canadian Cat Lady says, Dago, do you remember the scream killers? Two boys stabbed their female friend. They were caught before they could do more. So couldn't it be a female on my own? It absolutely could be. Absolutely could be. We've thought about that, looked at that a couple times. Still are, to be honest with you. We've I'll be honest with you, at some point in our Discord, we've sat, me and this guy next to me, Mama Bear, Molly, multiple other people, and we've flip-flopped these theories around in our head how many different times. And it could be anybody, you guys. It really could be anybody. I there's, in my mind, I'll be honest with you, we got new members, huh? That's awesome.
Yeah. Hope and Happiness gifted 10.
Whoa. Well, I'll be
dropping the bomb.
That's awesome.
Much appreciated.
Yeah, beyond. I'll clear it up here so I can see it. But before, let me see this. There we go. Let me see here if I can find it. I most definitely, in my mind, don't believe Brian Koberger did this on his own, if he did this at all. And I most definitely, I don't see where there were 10 of them dropped yet. Most definitely don't feel like it has to be just a male that did this. Okay, it very well could be. It very well could be all females that did this. There's at least 2 people involved, in my opinion, if not more. Okay. That's my theory. I can't see who became members and who didn't. So I'm sorry, guys. But we got 10 memberships gifted. Oh, there it starts to roll down now. That is so amazing. Who did that? Hope and Happiness.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for that, Hope and Happiness. I can look right now, Richard, and we can talk about that too. I do want to start looking on the other side of things that we were talking about today. Could definitely be females. There's no reason to think they couldn't be. There's a lot of very strong, athletic females out there that could handle this situation. I can promise you. Okay. So don't be so naive to think that, and I'm not saying you guys are. All I'm saying is don't be so naive as to think that only men could do something like this, because it's not. It's not in the realm of impossible, folks, at all. At all. You know, and the people that did this, if they are, could have been thinking nobody's ever going to think that we did this if they are women. They're look at Eileen Warnos. That woman was nuts, and she was strong, and she handled men by herself. You know, there's it's very possible, very, very possible. That's a fact. Stacy says it could be, as soon as it hits, there it is. It definitely could be somebody that they knew and trusted. In fact, in my opinion, I want to truly believe it was somebody they knew. What's up, Mystic? Good to have you here. I think it is somebody they knew. I think it's somebody they may have known well too, in my opinion. That's my opinion, but you know, we don't know yet. That's the issue. That's the biggest issue. Am I on mute? Can you hear me, Mike?
Yeah, I can hear you, bud.
Okay, thank you, Stacy. And again, for all the new members, because I can't clearly see who you are as of yet, welcome to the sauce, all you awesome new meatballs. Appreciate you. And that's it. I couldn't say Lilip. That's a good point, Jennifer. To be fair, females can have bushy eyebrows. I've seen them. I saw one in particular that I said very well could have done this with no fail. I'm not saying who that is right now because we don't have any proof that that person's involved, but it has been talked about multiple times. So I'm sorry about that with the headphones, guys. It wasn't supposed to be that loud. It shouldn't have been, but if it was, my apologies. Yeah, see, Red, sorry about that, Red Riding Hood.
Blew me out.
Yep. Apologies, guys. The volume changed on that for some reason. So anyway, my apologies to all of you. If I can, I'll just bill me for new eardrums. That's all. Okay, now, so let's talk about something for a minute. And this has been taboo, but I want to talk about it. We all know the scenario that happened with Bethany, okay? She was basically subpoenaed to come to court for the preliminary hearing that didn't happen to testify based on the fact that she supposedly had exculpatory evidence that possibly could have exonerated Brian Koberger. That being said, she ran from that as soon as she was subpoenaed and bolted and quashed that, and it's gone. It's over with. Then they ran as soon as they got the defense pushed to be able to talk with her to get a statement, a testimony from her. And, she had stated she didn't want to come back to Idaho no matter what. She's scared of something for whatever reason. Okay. I don't get it, as I've said before, because they have their guy. That's what they told us. They have their guy in custody. No reason to be worried about it, Bethany. Why are you afraid to come back? We don't know. We don't know. People have their thoughts, but now we also have another person, DM, that has not been talked about. These two people are the only two people that, in reality, in my opinion, probably know everything. This is my opinion, okay? But these two people, like I said, in reality, are probably the only two that really, really do know, if there is something to know, everything and anything that had to do with this. Um, one of them being afraid to be here says something to me, and the other one being, well, there we go. Is it possible that you mute? Well, I'm so sorry for that. Um, I don't know how or why the volume changes on that when I do that, but thank you for that. I appreciate you for the super chat as well. Um, what was I going to say now?
I think you were leaving off Dylan and Bethany.
Yeah, if I believe that those two know, or at least one of them knows um, everything for sure. And I can't change the volume on my microphone, guys. It just pops up that way. I apologize. I don't know why it's so loud. Let me check something real quick just to see. Am I that loud, Mike?
No, it definitely wasn't as loud as the congratulations thing that you did that
See,
blew
that doesn't
everybody's
make
ears
any sense. I haven't adjusted my microphone. It should have came off the same exact way. And maybe because everybody had their earphones in and turned up when we were watching the uh, press conference because he was so quiet. That could have been what it was too. But my apologies. My apologies. Um, what was I saying here? Okay, so that's a good point. That's a good point. Um, wild that Ethan's siblings aren't scared. Yeah, if Bethany's afraid, why aren't they afraid? If Bethany's afraid, why isn't Kaylee's brother afraid? He went there too. That's the odd question and the odd things that I think about with this a lot. That's true, Tocha Williams. You're right.
And then you got did you already say this? Ethan's siblings that still
Yeah,
go there.
that they have no
Yeah.
fear. Obviously, they haven't. At least they haven't put it out there. It doesn't make sense. I don't know. I don't know. It's weird. It's very weird. And that's true, Micah. Good point. It speaks volumes if Bethany's scared to come and then if that tells me that they don't have the right person. That's kind of where we've been going with it. And that's why I want to look into the person that I want to look into. That's why I want to talk about this person too. Because um, it's weird. That's why we got a statement from Dylan Mortensen via LE. There was no statement that came from Bethany that we ever saw. Whether if they got one from her, we didn't see it. Okay. I don't believe so, Dolphin. I don't think she's in Moscow anymore. Uh, you know what I mean? And why did they not put out a statement from Bethany? It's kind of odd, isn't it? Is it because Is it because she didn't give one? Is it because what she said is not something that they want us to know? Does it have something to do with the exculpatory evidence? Is it because what she said matched Dylan's, but at the same time, I don't know. Something's wrong with that. Something is not right with that with me. So, speculation, theory, or allegedly is what we allow here. What are we talking about, James? I imagine they would be, Red Baron, and I think personally that there should be an investigation. They shouldn't have cleared those two that fast, as far as I'm concerned. And I think that personally, I think she should have been looked into a little bit deeper before they did clear her, in my opinion. The fact that I'm trying to remember where we got that clarification about Bethany being afraid to come back to Idaho. I know that they had stated basically that, when they talked about the fact she did not want to come back here, she was adamant about coming back here, about not coming back here. She didn't want anything to do with it. Nothing.
Would it come up maybe when she had to, whatever, they're going to take that statement from her?
It may have, which I can't seem to find. Why are you removing comments that don't fit how you think? What are we talking about here? What's going on now? We're not accusing anyone here. We are a speculation station. That's true. There is no accusation. We're speculating. All I'm speculating is that I believe that Dylan Mortensen needs to be looked into deeper. That's all I'm saying, because I did this the other day, kind of, but I'm gonna say this to you guys. We kind of did this before. If we look at this investigation the way it sits right now, okay, and now that we have, basically facts stating that there is no correlation between Brian Koberger, his vehicle, his apartment, his home, his office, and these victims at all, we need to take him away from the equation. Completely pull him out of this equation as if he'd never existed. Okay? Completely. He's not there. He's gone. We remove him. We're not going to be able to, but forget about him. Okay? Yeah, I don't want any drama in here, guys, because at this point, my moderators know that if the drama starts, it's ended immediately and it's done. It was regarding him saying y'all are making the kids look like accessories. Who was him? Who said that, Daisy? By the way, good to see you, hon. I didn't even see you jump in here. Who was that said that? I'm not doing the drama in here anymore, guys. As of yesterday, I had a meeting with my mods, and they know what to do from here on. It's just boom, we're done with it. This place does not hold drama, and it won't. Fidipidus Audix, welcome to the family. Good to have you here. Did you? It was a troll. Okay, well, just saying, we're not doing it. If there's any, wasn't drama, was an opinion, and it was removed or deleted. That's all. Okay, well, we're not. We don't do that. Everybody has the right to their opinions, theories, and thoughts in here, regardless. Nobody's opinions are taken away or thrown out. If I have drama coming in here and messing with other people, my first rule is to be respectful of each other. Do not disrespect each other. If I see it, that has to end. That has to stop right now. So I don't see it, Heather, but that's okay. And it probably is a troll or somebody else using a different name coming in here, which is what has been going on lately, trying to start drama with other people. That's all. So it's just not. We're not doing it anymore in here. Like I said. Oh, the Chris account. Okay, yeah. Like I said, everybody's entitled to their opinion, their thought, and their theory. But when you are attacking somebody else because of their opinions, thoughts, or theories, we just don't do it. So that's all. You'll be removed if need be, or timed out as a warning. And if you do it after the timeout, then you're gone. That's all I have to do. I will not, and I repeat, I will not put up with anybody attacking, harassing, or judging somebody else because of their thoughts or opinions. Period. End of story. So moving on. Thank you, Mike. I appreciate that. And and that's right, Dave. You don't have to agree with other people in here. That's okay. We all do that every day. Mikey and I have disagreements about things very rarely, but we do. Mama Bear and I have disagreed about things. Other people in here and I have disagreed. My moderators and I disagree about certain things. We're still, at the end of the day, we still come back together because it's a community and a family. Somebody doesn't like that, then they don't belong here. That's all there is. No big deal. No big deal at all. And I repeat, everybody will be okay. And if he's just challenging my thoughts, then please don't remove his statements or his what the hell are these things called in here when you type something. Don't remove those guys just because he's going against what I'm saying. I'm asking that.
Comments.
There we go. I stated an opinion. I said that the girls are scared to come to Idaho because they are being accused. Ethan and siblings do not, because they aren't, which is probably a good point. But you can challenge what I say. Believe me, you can challenge what I say. 100%. I want that. I just don't want anybody challenging, not challenging, but harassing each other about their comments, their theories, or their thoughts. That's all I'm saying. Do not remove comments, unless somebody's swearing at somebody. That's the way I don't want to see it. But, that's it. That's it. And please respect all moderators in here. They are all moderators for a reason. Good, new or old, they're all moderators. Well, thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. Canadian True Crime Buff. Diego has some of the best mods. And they keep the peace and no drama in here. That's why it's a safe place to express opinions. And that's a fact. And it's got to stay that way. We've had our days in here lately, and I'm not going to put up with it. So thank you so much. Your attack dog's going nuts, bro.
Yeah, the long guys are here.
Okay, well, do not remove comments, anyone, please. Even if you think that it's going against something I think or say, don't do that. Let it be. Not worried about it, guys. I appreciate anybody that's trying to. Is that another one? It was only when we listened to the conference. Thank you again, Red Riding Hood. I appreciate you, dear. I like debates, guys. When we have different sides and different stories, I want to hear it. So, if somebody did it thinking, it can be done. If somebody's not, um, if you're thinking it maybe have taken it the wrong way, don't worry about it. If it's not swearing at somebody or if it's not directly attacking somebody, just let it be. That's all. It's all good. And I respect your opinion as well, Chris. It's fine. Thank you, Daisy, for pointing it out. Daisy is a moderator as well, guys. Please respect that. And I don't want anybody arguing with moderators or disrespecting them at all. That's all I'm saying. Those people are an extension of me. So if you're going to argue with a moderator and disrespect the moderator, you might as well do it to me. And we're not going to do that. So that's all I'm saying. Moving forward, this is a family. Remember that, folks. Thank you again. So, no idea, Tommy. I don't know who that was, and I don't, at this point, think it's that pertinent, honestly. Until somebody comes to us and says this isn't important, I just don't. I don't know who they are. Hannah, good to see you. That's very possible too, Rev. I did it again. Reverend. Sorry. She might be afraid she'll get arrested for not calling 911. I think if that was the case, it would have happened already. But she could be afraid of that for other reasons. Makes no sense. What doesn't make any sense, Coco Hun? What are you talking about? Which part of it? Hiroshima blew with a wrench. What? Oh, they have a wrench that's blue. That's what it was. Hiroshima. Sorry. Coco answer. What's that?
No, you're good.
The chat's moving a little quick. I'm trying to catch up, guys. Sorry. That's why I'm not talking for a second. Okay, I guess not. I don't see the rest of it.
You got you another Ahaya fan in here.
What'd you say, bro?
You got you another Ohio Indian in here.
Mm-hmm. Boston supports Atlanta. Good to see you. Do you know why the live though stopped abruptly yesterday? What are you talking about? My live stream? It didn't. It went all the way through, didn't it?
It might have been the day before. Remember when whatever happened? I think it was.
Are you talking about Rory's live? That, from what I understand, all I was told was that there was some sort of technical issue, that they had something going on in the background they had to deal with. That's all I was told. So I can't tell you any more than that. That's what I know. Yeah, that's what they're talking about, Tommy. That's what I was told. Something they had to handle in the background, and they had to shut it down for that. So that's all. That's the only info I can give you. If I had more, Tommy was there. That's the same thing he knows. There was something they had to handle in the background. That's the same thing he was told the same I was. We were both in there. We both talked about it. That's what we were told. Stop looking at chat, squirrel dig. I'm supposed to. Yeah, the background. Right, see? That's what I'm saying. That's what we know. Squirrel. Stop it, Mandy. Anyway, moving on. What I wanted to ask before we got into this is what are your guys' thoughts on Dylan Mortensen before we move forward? Because I am not going to, how can I say this? I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to pretend and play the taboo game that I don't think something's going on with her. Okay. Um, I'm not going to say, be shamed because I think something's wrong. I suspect Dylan of being involved in some sort of form. I'm not worried about victim shaming because she's not a victim. We all heard that the other day. So that's why I want to know. She was there. Sarge made a comment a long time ago when he first came in here, and he still listens, by the way, guys. Okay, and said that when Brian got arrested, it shouldn't happen like that. And truthfully, those two probably should have been detained because they were the only two there as witnesses. Or, if anybody was suspected, it should have been one of those two or both of them because they were right there. That's the thing that makes sense. Okay. But they weren't. And they were questioned, I'm sure. But, it's been said multiple times that there was that this had to have to come from inside the house because there was somebody let somebody in. There was no forced entry. There was none of that stuff. So, and I don't want to hear she didn't hear anything or she heard a whimper or she heard this little thing or that little thing or this is bullshit. I'm sorry.
Or it was a party.
Yeah. Right.
That's one hell of a party.
It sounded like a party to me. So at that point, I'm over it. I'm over it. There's something wrong with that. And there has been. Angela, sorry, hon. Angela said BF was the only one not issued a victim's rights form. That's correct. Interesting, isn't it? Thank you for that. So, who is Dylan Mortensen, guys? Who is she? Does anybody know anything about Dylan Mortensen, about her background, about her family, about her boyfriends, any of that kind of stuff? Does anybody know that? Anybody at all?
I know the only thing that I've heard was, that she supposedly had a tough upbringing with family stuff, but
but that guy that we just listened to the video the other day stated that he's friends with her. Again, we don't know if he's right or wrong, but he stated his girlfriend is very close with her family and that she didn't have a rough upbringing. Which side do we believe?
Yeah, no.
You know what I mean? What's your thought since you're up here? What's your thought on her, Mikey?
I mean, I don't think it's real good. I know we've kind of left that to the side, but
yeah, and you don't have to agree with me, bro. We know that
it's definitely fishy. I mean, things that we've looked at and stuff is, there's a lot that could, pin her to certain things, but it's, I guess for me, it's one of those things where are kids that age really capable of doing something like this to the scale?
I think they are.
Which is, yeah.
They're kids, but they're not at the same time. And this generation, not all of them, but they're different than what we were. You know that.
Oh yeah, it's yeah. I mean, you got teenagers going into schools with freaking guns and shooting.
We got first and second graders going into schools doing this kind of shit nowadays. You know what I mean? That happened around here, and it's like, what? It's not like it used to be. It's not at all like it used to be. And people in general will do whatever they got to do to protect themselves. People don't think about others anymore. They think about themselves first, and then, if they even do, think about others.
Mm-hmm.
Her stepmother's an attorney. Her mother works at the university. And I personally don't feel that she was part of that group. That might just be and that's an opinion, 1,000% from me personally, but I don't think she was close to Kaylee and Maddie. I don't. Okay.
She does appear to be outcasted in certain areas for sure.
Yeah, and I just think it's weird how she contacted Kaylee to ask her to come back to be her, what the hell you call that? Her
Oh yeah, +1.
+1. You know, and Kaylee threw that around a little while. She didn't just say, yeah, sure, I'll be there. She had to throw it around for a while and then decided to do it because she was a good person. She wanted to help somebody because that's what Kaylee was. Why couldn't Dylan have somebody else or one of her friends actually do it?
Where was her boyfriend to be a +1?
Right.
I mean,
there's how many other choices did she have to be her +1? Let's think about that for a minute. How many choices did Dylan have to be her +1 at this stupid party? Quinn. She's got multiple other friends. We know that for a fact. Any one of them could have done it. But no, she chose that one specific person. Why?
and they really didn't seem that close, so that's a very, very good point. You know, you could see if Maddie reached out to her and said, "Oh, you know, you come back to be, you know, my +1," but her and Dylan don't seem that close, you know.
Well, her and Maddie have been best friends their whole lives. Of course, that makes nothing but sense, and that's something you would expect. But for Dylan to ask Kaylee, no, it doesn't make sense to me. I'm sorry, and I don't care what anybody says about the pictures where they're all together.
Yeah,
pictures lie, folks. They do. They really do. People are good actors and actresses. Okay, I'm sorry, but I'm not I will not fall for it anymore. I'm okay, Sally. I'm not just reading the chat. I read the chat because that's something I specifically do on purpose. I follow the chat too because you guys are in here. I'm trying to keep you all involved as well. I'm doing other things as well. I'm talking at the same time. So I'm sorry if you're not comfortable with that. Okay. Anyway, moving forward, onto the topic that I was talking about, I'm highly uncomfortable, like I said, with the situation with Dylan. And like I said, as that was the topic we were talking about, that I find it very strange that Dylan could not pick somebody else, and she specifically contacted Kaylee to come back. Okay. And I just don't know. And there's another video that another creator put out that relates kind of to what we're talking about with Dylan Mortensen that I would like for you guys to review with me real quick. That goes right along with this. So that's what I was leading up to. That was the topic for anybody that wanted to know if there was a topic or what. That's all. Thank you. 1 second, please.
So, how is it?
I'm sure you're all familiar with Harsh Reality. Somebody I have a lot of respect for. This is his video, and we are going to review this real quick and talk about these points in relation to Dylan Mortensen, since that's what we're talking about, and that is what our topic is. All right, moving forward. Let me know if you guys can hear this okay. And as I said, we're going to talk about it while we're going through it.
Everyone, I hope you're all well.
I was about to say what day it is, and then I realised yet again I've forgotten what day it is. I think it's Thursday. Let's get straight into the meat and potatoes and talk about a video I did yesterday. Now, look, some of you are not happy whenever you talk about, you know, this surviving member. You know, Dylan Mortensen is a survivor in your eyes. She survived. She should be left alone. And this is what I said yesterday. And I also said that she would not be left alone. When she goes to court, she's not going to be left alone. And people can't understand that. There are questions that this situation raises, and they can't be ignored. And I'm going to touch on some things that people brought up, because there's a saying. And the saying is, you can't have your cake and eat it. And some people misinterpret what that actually means. But what it actually means is you can't eat a cake and still have your cake. And I think what people are not understanding is that for Dylan Mortenson's story to truly make sense, you have to have your cake and eat it, if that makes sense. Because you have to ignore certain elements of it.
Great point, Paige. Thank you.
People have said about PTSD. This is not PTSD. I live on a military base. I speak to people, I know people who suffer from PTSD, and she has not got PTSD. This is not a situation of PTSD. And I'll tell you why they have not themselves said about PTSD or mentioned it, because then it brings into disrepute her eyewitness account, which could be a very, very important factor in this case. But it could ultimately be the thing that hangs them if they can prove that this
Another great point, Rachel.
girl turning around and saying, yes, I physically saw someone, I saw someone leave and gave a description of them, and that turns out to be coerced, they have a problem. They have a problem. And why do we think it could have been coerced? Because on one hand, you've got someone saying one story, and another one, you've got someone saying something else. Originally, we didn't even realize that Dylan Mortensen was on the same floor as Xana and Ethan. That came out later, that she was on the same floor. Now, let's talk about this for a second. Now, in
You're on mute, buddy. Hey, Muto.
I'm muted. Of course I am. Like I said, Cranley 69, there's too much talk about nothing for like the first 20 minutes of these shows. No one listens or cares. Move it along. If you don't like that, then you don't have to be here. That's fine with me. I like to socialize with the people that come in here for a little while, get everybody warmed up, what we're going to be doing, talk about that, make sure everybody gets in here that wants to be. You don't have to be here. Have a nice day. That's all I'm saying.
Be right back, bud.
Boy, there's some rude people out here lately, isn't there?
in the affidavit, and you can go and read this yourself and read what is said in there. But let me just take you through some of the little excerpts of it. And that is that Dylan Mortensen had opened her door not once, not twice, but 3 times because she had heard noises. Her and Bethany had both said that everyone was home and everyone was.
What's up? Again, this is a point that I was trying to make when he brings this up. I brought this up a while back too about how she opened her door. Wow, sorry about that. Opened her door 3 different times, and constantly was why was she doing it? You know what I mean? Was she you need a boot that good. Yeah, I know that. It's all right. I told you guys I'm not doing the drama in here. People just like to be rude. That's not how we do it in here. So you don't need to be here at all. I hate to be that person, and I won't be that person. So I'm just gonna ignore these people from now on and just do what I do. I read chat because I associate with my chat. A lot of people don't do that, but I do. Okay, that's what this channel is all about. So again, you don't have to be here. So have a good day. And that's something we're going to talk about with this here, what he just said here in a minute.
In bed, asleep, or at least in their rooms by 4 a.m. Apart from Xana, who would take the delivery of a DoorDash delivery around 4 a.m. And there is information contained within that affidavit that puts Xana on her phone at around 17 minutes past 4 in the morning on TikTok. So we're hearing that Dylan Mortensen opens the door, not once, not twice, but 3 times. And that final time that she opened the door was after she heard crying. She heard crying. And that is what allowed her to, I don't say allow, That's what made her open the door. She heard crying and was confronted by this person clad in black. Frozen shock fear, frozen shock state, remember. Now,
that being said, maybe, just maybe, let's say this. What if Dylan opened her door 3 different times, okay, to look and see if they were gone, you know? Are they still here? Are they still here? Did they leave yet? What if that's what it was? Knowing that they were there, knowing what they were doing. What if that's the case? And this is pure speculation, folks. 1,000,000% speculation, because I don't know. But the way things look, you know, the way things have looked, it bugs me. It bothers me. And it's something that I can't go past.
It's very bizarre.
What's that, bud?
Very bizarre.
It is. It is very bizarre. So what if that's why she opened her door 3 different times? Was because she knew something was going on. She heard what was going on, and if it got quiet, she was checking to see if they had left yet. Because maybe she knew all about it, folks. And again, pure speculative theory, but it's based on a fact. You know what the fact is it's based on the fact that she was there the whole time. That's what the PCA tells us, right? But what if that's the fact? What if the fact is that Dylan knew what was going on and wanted to check before she came out to make sure they were gone 3 times? Just saying, moving forward.
we then spin that complete narrative all the way around and say that this was a party house. The fact that someone was seen in the house was not unusual. So this is why she went back in the room and went to sleep and didn't think nothing of it.
But I don't think she did. Okay. Again, thank you, Harsh. Great video, brother. I love everything he does, and I have a lot of respect for him. But again, I don't think she did go to sleep. I don't think she went to sleep at all. I think she was awake the whole night. And I think that the statement, as far as I'm concerned, is garbage. The description of the person came right off of, in my opinion, Brian Koberger's driver's license. Okay. You hear somebody, if you heard, based on the statement she gave us, she said that it sounded like somebody said, "Don't worry, I'm here to help you." If I heard somebody in my house, if I was in my room and I heard somebody in my house say, "Don't worry, it's okay, I'm here to help you." What?
Yeah, no doubt.
What? Yo, what's going on? Who are you helping? Who are you talking to? That's what's going to happen in my house and pretty much every other house in America, in my opinion. But it didn't happen. She didn't dial 911. Then she waited. Yeah, while there's crying going on in the background. Come on, guys. Come on. Let's be logical here. Let's stop playing this stupid game that's been being played this entire investigation. It's a dumb game. And I'm tired of it. Enough is enough.
I don't see how they can be so hard on things, but they can't be so hard on the 8 hours between the 911 call. You know.
That's what I mean. That's exactly what. Say that again. Say that again, Mike. Please say that again.
I mean, how can they be so, hard on everything else, but there's no focus on it took 8 hours to call 911. Like, what was going on with people in the house and all that in that amount of time?
Mainstream media has been blowing propaganda out of their asses since the beginning of this investigation about Brian Koberger this, Brian Koberger that. He did this. He could have done that. I think he did this. Oh my God, look at his eyes. He's such an evil person. I can believe he did this and that and everything else. I have not one time, and I mean not one time, have I seen there be put out from mainstream media any type of a news story, show, any kind of form or nothing about why in the hell did it take 8 hours to call 911 in a quadruple murder case. Have you seen anything like that, Mike?
No. And then you close everything up and you go to this, this grand jury deal right before.
Yes.
Right before.
They didn't just go to it. They ran to that shit.
Yeah.
Boom, boom, boom. because we all know what was going to happen. When Bethany quashed that whole scenario, they were allowed to go to Nevada to have a conversation with her, correct? Yes. And I guarantee you they were already there by the time that was allowed. If not, they were on their way there. And boom, 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 they ran to get that indictment real fast, overnight, as fast as they could. In the middle of the damn night. Come on.
Yeah.
Bullshit. Miss me with that bullshit. Straight, pure, and unadulterated bullshit.
Now, I think that this was done for a specific reason. This was done for a reason because, again, like yesterday, I said this brought up so many questions. Frozen shock fear, frozen shock state. So how then can you give such an insight into what you saw, what you heard, even giving an
How can someone be frozen in shock, or as they put it, a frozen shock phase, and be a credible witness? That's a great question, isn't it? Thank you, Harsh. How can you trust somebody that is in that state of mind as a witness and take their statement, their generic, ridiculous bullshit statement, as a real statement? Anybody? Anybody at all? I wouldn't trust shit from what that girl had to say if she was in that state of mind. Thank you very much, Rumsey. I appreciate you. I just can't. I can't. It makes no sense. And again, that's a perfect statement for this.
Clad in black.
Clad in black. Yeah, get right. Clad in black. These kids don't talk that way either, folks. Keep that in the back of your mind. No, it doesn't happen. Sorry. I'm sick of this shit. It's ridiculous. Doc Terry, the doctor's in the house. Dago, there is no such thing as a frozen shock phase. 40 years in medicine. Never saw anything like that. I've never seen it either, being in the medical field. Sorry, but I haven't. Mystical Bandit, welcome to the family. And I'm not going to do the whole applause thing. Yay. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome. I don't want to blow anybody's eardrums out. Thank you for that. And Doc, you're right. I agree with you. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. Shelly says, please don't take offense to that. Antadago was when I first hopped on. I promise you weren't talking when you were just reading the chat. It's fine. I'm not offensed. I don't get offended. I'm irritated with how rude people have been lately. I'm not saying you were being rude. It just flows into the flow. That's all it is. I'm not offended. It takes a lot more to get me upset and offended. I can promise you that. The people in here that know me know that. And I'm not, I'm irritated with this case. I'm highly irritated with the fact that we've all been sitting on our hands or our tongues, as I said the other day, sitting on our hands and biting our tongues over things that are in our face that we know are wrong. We know it's wrong. Okay. But we're sitting here like good little kids going, I'm not going to talk about it. I won't talk about it. I won't talk about it. Bullshit. It's bullshit. So don't worry about it, Shelly. You're absolutely fine, darling. You're fine. It's all bullshit. I'm sorry. Sorry for the language, but it is. That's what it is, guys. I call it what it is. And thank you, Doc Terry. Once again, this is a doctor, folks. There is no frozen shock phase. It's a phase? No. You can be in shock. I get it. But she wasn't. She doesn't have PTSD. You can't be in shock if you know what the hell's going on. Sorry. Moving forward.
Interpretation of the face of this person. He had bushy eyebrows. He had a black mask on. His build. She took all of that into consideration while simultaneously in a frozen shock phase. People aren't going to buy it, and that will get pulled apart in court. Now, it's easy for us because we've got no skin in the game to not take everything into consideration. But you do have to take everything into consideration. And I put this to you. That 8 hours is a long, long time. We're supposed to be led to believe that someone entered this house and done this crime in around 10 minutes. To enter, find, dispatch, clean to some degree, and leave within 10 minutes. But then it takes 8 hours for law enforcement to be called. Now, somebody who reached out, they'd said, look, she was just protecting herself. She'd done what she did to make sure she was not another victim. Good on her. I put this to you. She goes back into her room. She has a phone. Now, a child as young as 5 years old could call 911.
And they do. They do. My child was taught when he was 3 years old how to call 911, his address, his name, his phone number, all of that, and what to do when you call 911, right? Okay, Dark Bay. 1 second, folks. Let me fix chat real quick for you guys. Hold on. Again, I'm sorry that I'm getting upset with this because I'm tired of this, guys. I'm really beyond tired of this. It's ridiculous. You know what this reminds me of? I'll be honest with you. It's like watching somebody rob a gas station. Okay, it's like watching somebody in a black hoodie with a gun in their hand run in. If you're standing across the street watching this gas station get robbed, we watch them run in the building, do what they do, and run back out with a bag full of money and walk down the street. You saw it happen. You see it in front of you, but you can't talk about it because you're told not to. That's what it reminds me of. It's stupid. That's why I'm so irritated about it. Okay, so let me slow this chat down and then I'll shut up for a minute. But again, let me do it. Try this and see what happens there. That should be better, I hope. If not, let me know and I'll fix it again. Sorry about that.
Jeez, Dago.
Yes, I know. And again, like I said, a 5-year-old child. My son was 3, and he's autistic. Knew how to dial 911. Don't tell me that this girl doesn't know what she's doing. Why didn't she dial 911? Because she didn't want to? Because she was told not to? Because she was threatened not to? Or because she was allowing things to be what they were because that's what it was all about? I don't know. But back to what we're doing. Folks, think about it. Just think about it. That's all I'm saying. Because I know I have been for months. And I'm tired of thinking about it. I want to talk about it.
In the video I did yesterday, I showed you a clip from a situation where people had been shot inside their home and their child, a 5-year-old child, had called 911. Now, this girl, this teenage girl, young adult, didn't call 911. Also, the other person in the house didn't hear anything. They're in the basement. This is Bethany Funk. And it would appear that nobody used the bathroom either. From when this happened.
Right. There's another problem I have with this. So these two girls, they probably, I think they were out drinking that night too, right? Isn't that what we heard, Mike?
Yeah, I can't say 100%, but it wouldn't surprise me.
Bethany, we know Bethany was at the frat party, and I thought Dylan was at some point. And if she wasn't, she was somewhere else. But they were out drinking. But they didn't have to go to the bathroom at all that night, right?
Yeah, for real.
I know every woman that I know, nothing against women. I love you guys to death. You guys are amazing. We couldn't survive without you. But women that I know, they got to pee all the time. All the time, especially when they're drinking. It is what it is. I'm just saying. These girls didn't use the bathroom at all. Once again, miss me with the bullshit. Sorry. And thanks, Doc. I appreciate it.
Potentially before, unless they literally used the bathroom just before this happened. But they'd been out, been partying, whatever they'd been doing. They'd been drinking, gone to bed, and they didn't use the bathroom until midday. And why is that important? Because where the bathroom is located,
not possible.
On the floor where Dylan, Xana, and Ethan were, the bathroom was outside Ethan and Xana's door. And in the affidavit, we hear that as the officer approaches the door to Xana's bedroom, he sees what has happened. He sees them. He doesn't have to enter the door. The door is not closed, and he has to enter.
Shelly, you took what I said wrong. That's not what I was saying. That's why I said you're fine. I said I'm irritated because there were other people that were being rude, not you. Okay. I said you were fine. It's no worries. None at all. You're fine. I promise you. That was nothing to do with you. I'm irritated about this scenario that we're talking about. And there were some people in here that were being rude, not you. Okay. At all.
He sees they're out of the room. I'll also say that the camera picked up the thuds, the whimpers. So it picked up the same noises as what Dylan Mortensen had said she had heard and why she came out of her room. The crying, same, matches what's on the audio of the camera. So the camera audio was picked up, which must have been loud enough to trigger that camera. If that's triggered on audio or visual, or whether it's just recording constantly, which not many of those do. Many of them are triggered by either audio or visual movement. But what was Dylan Mortensen doing for 8 hours? Have skin in the game. Put yourself in a position where you...
Oh, let's talk about that real quick. Okay? Let's talk about that, please. 8 hours. 8 hours is the same amount of time that people have, like, that go to school. That's actually more. It's a work day, 8-hour work shift, 8 hours. Lots of things go on in 8 hours. So what in the hell? And this is what I'm confused about, and I'm really kind of like straining to not talk about, but I am now because I'm tired of that. In 8 hours, what could you possibly do in a house where 4 people were just unalived?
That's a long time.
A long time. A long time, guys. 8 hours is a long, long time. 8 hours, you can make a trip from state to state.
Yeah, Manny just said it takes her 8 hours to get out of Texas.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Uh,
It doesn't make sense. So what do you think could have went on in that 8-hour period, folks?
Yeah.
And well, that's true. Danger Zone says that's if we agree with the timeline. It may be even longer than 8 hours.
Mm-hmm.
This could have went down an hour before, 2 hours before, folks. We don't know because we don't know. We don't know half of what the truth is in this. I know we don't. You all know we don't either. Okay.
And if you're some kind of friends / roommates, if you really cared, would you really take 8 hours before you call the police?
Let's look at that. 8 hours versus 8 minutes. It took police 2 minutes to get there. 2. 56 was called. 58, they got there. 8 minutes. 8 hours. That's insane. Think about it.
Have skin in the game. You have lost a loved one in this situation. And you know that there was 2 other people in that property. One of them didn't see, didn't hear anything, but they were apparently in the basement. But cameras outside the property were picking up the noise. And then you've got Dylan Mortensen, who is on the same level as 2 of the victims. It would appear that the victims, at least one of those victims, was hurt outside of the room. So not in the room in a shut door, outside the room. And it would appear that there's a potential for what happened here, and I've said this before, is that whatever happened on the top floor was heard by those down below and was enough to rouse Ethan and Xana. And I believe that Ethan came out of his room, found, and there was a confrontation out in the hallway.
Now, that being said, okay, once again, I took a lot of you guys. Some of you guys are newer and haven't been in here that long. And again, welcome. It's wonderful to have you all here. But we did virtual tours through this house, a couple of them. Okay. And I looked into certain things about the house purposely. And I made a comment about this before. Last time we went through the house, there's no carpeting in this house at all, folks. None. None at all. No rugs, no nothing. Right or wrong, Mikey? No carpeting, no nothing like that.
Oh yeah, 100% right. And it's all that freaking laminate bullshit that you can hear a pin drop on.
Yes, yes, that's the thing. Completely. Faux flooring, whatever you want to call it. I have a lot of it in my house, up in my bathroom, my kitchen. And I've done this. I've tried it on my floors to prove it, okay? And we've talked about this part of this a couple of times. Yes, but he's bringing this point up. I'm saying it one more time. Once again, the walls were garbage. The house was falling apart. We all know that. You could drop something like that, and you're going to hear it throughout the entire house. The whole house.
That was a party.
I don't believe it. I've said this a million and one times. I have. That doesn't sound like a party either. No, I believe that. That's true.
Oh, shit.
And I believe that Bethany potentially didn't hear anything because she was in the basement. But I cannot accept that Dylan Mortensen didn't hear anything. I cannot, because she's already said that she'd heard crying, and that is what led her to open the door. So if she's heard crying and she's come out and opened the door, who has she heard? At that stage, who has she heard? She's heard, potentially, if that person has then left, she's heard either Ethan or Xana. So she's seen them coming from Ethan and Xana's room. They've come round, walked past her, and out.
And again, guys, this leads back to what we've talked about recently with the house. A lot of people feel, obviously, the prosecution and the defense, they don't care. But the house, in my opinion, and a lot of other people, a lot of creators I've spoken to, the house needs to be up. It needs to stay up. I think that the jury needs to walk through that house and hear the sounds. They need to put people in these bedrooms and put somebody in Dylan's bedroom and Bethany's bedroom, and they need to hear what it's like to hear these sounds. I think that's a very pertinent part of this investigation, as well as the trial, whatever the hell that was. Trial. Sorry, guys. No, there's no attic and there's no basement. I do believe there's a crawl space, but no attic. So, I mean, what do you think? You think the house should be standing, Mikey? Do you think that
I think it should be standing, and like it's, you know, as several have said in the past, is it possibly that, you know, somebody that's involved with it wants it taken down so quickly because they just don't want to look at it as that side of like?
Well, that's one. Yeah, I can get that. That's one good thing. Or maybe somebody wants it taken down so bad because they don't want the jury to be able to go in there and to realize that all of this is bullshit, because this is what it really this is what really probably went on. This is what it really sounds like. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they got their guys. Wrap it up.
Yeah, right. Bullshit. Sorry.
Yeah.
Good point, judgmental. Thank you for that.
So please tell me how someone can hear these things, shout, telling people to shut the fuck up, hair cry.
Do you believe that, by the way, that she just stuck her head out the door and said, "Hey, I'm trying to sleep. Be quiet," or whatever she said, and goes back to sleep?
You gotta have a serious hangover or something to do that. You know, it's something. You just normal people in a right state of mind don't do that.
No, I'm not buying that. And here's why. I got 3 reasons for that. Okay. 1, because it didn't happen that way. 2, because it didn't happen that way. And 3, because she hadn't been there long enough to talk to them like that. Think about that. She didn't know them well enough to talk. That's Maddie's house. Maddie was the first one in there. I highly doubt this girl who doesn't fit into that circle is going to stick her head out and tell everybody to shut the F up. She's trying to sleep, because she wasn't trying to sleep. None of them were. And that's because that's not what happened. Bullshit again. Sorry.
Crying, come out to check. see someone leaving, and then not call 911 for 8 hours. And this is the have your cake and eat it bit. Because if you're going to turn around and say, well, she was frozen in shock and fear, this was PTSD, then how can you take her description of what she saw and her version of events that evening? How could you take that as gospel? How could you take it as accurate? How could you take it that what she's saying she saw is what she saw? Could she have missed something? Could she have missed a second person? Did she miss the first person leave and just see the second person leave? Is that why she didn't say that this person she saw was holding a weapon? She didn't say that they were covered in blood. These are the questions that the defense will pull up. How credible is your witness? Could they have missed anything? And why did it take them that long to call 911 when they called pretty much everyone else before? Did these witnesses see what had happened and make a conscious decision to call other people? And if so, why? What was their motivation for calling other people first? What was going on? What did they know? And what story did they have to get straight? Let me know down below, and I'll catch you all in the next one.
Thank you again, Harsh. Great video. And as I said, no, I'm not buying any of it. None of it. It is probably one of the worst excuses I've ever heard in my life, or worst witness accounts I've ever heard in my life. So if she was frozen shock phase, okay, how did she contact the people how did she contact her mother at 10 a.m., talk to her, not mention it to her? At least that's what I was told. I heard that she didn't mention it to her. She just went along with what she was doing. Bullshit. And how did she contact all those other people then if she was in shock? Thank you, Heather. I appreciate you, dear. There's the link for Harsh Reality. If you guys haven't checked him out, please do. Great stuff. I have a lot of respect for that guy. Please go show some love, subscribe, and check him out if you haven't. So, again, take care, buddy. Thanks, Tommy, for jumping in. Appreciate you. So, let's touch on that again. How did she, being in a shock phase, call the people she did call?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry, but no. I don't buy that. I can't buy that.
Clearly, the lost lives didn't matter.
The what?
The lost lives didn't matter at that point, you know?
It's not my thought. Right. That's what I'm thinking. Like, if she was friends with these people and cared about these people, it's amazing, first of all, that she wasn't at the memorial. She just sent a piece of paper for somebody to read in her behalf that I don't even think she wrote. I think somebody else wrote it for her to make it look good. That's my opinion, but that's just me. Okay. In my house, in any house I've ever lived in, okay, in any house I've ever lived in, whether it be with somebody else, my wives, my children, I've stayed the night with people, all of that kind of stuff, okay? If you ever hear something like that, if I spent the night at Mikey's house, if I go to Florida and I'm like, hey, I need a place to stay, and I spent the night at Mikey's house and I heard some weird shit, I'm going to open the door and be like, yo, what the hell's going on? And if I don't get an answer, I may shut the door and call 911. That's what's going to happen. Am I wrong?
No.
That's how people do things, guys. That's why we're trained the way we are to do what we do. And it's not even training, it's common sense. Okay. So, okay, I've heard of people not having common sense. To this level, no. Thank you, Scott Turner, but I don't care. Appreciate you. Anybody that does care, go for it. I'm not a fan, so I just thank you. I appreciate that. What the hell is shock face? It's I guess it was to describe that she was frozen fear. I don't believe it. I'm sorry. It's wrong. The description, once again, was that she saw a person that was about 5'10", clad in black, with a mask on, with bushy eyebrows. It is the dumbest description I've ever heard in my life. I'm sorry.
And I
You're,
think
you're,
where
you
some
are,
people have gone back
you
to
are.
the shock phase thing, they've, that's where they bring up her past.
Yeah, right.
Sorry, interrupt.
You're fine. What if he was? I would still yell at him if it sounded like what they heard. Sorry. You are posting, Kristen, Catherine. Sorry, it's right there. See, I don't know what was going on, but and that's another point. Thank you, Patty Burnett. Her actions are not a reflection of fear. No, no, they're not. That's another good point, Rumsey. In all the body cams, it was Dylan and Bethany seems to be the party girls. Maddie and Kaylee never seemed to be home, so it's weird that Dylan wasn't the one throwing a party. Good point. Which way does it go? She was frozen fear, or she thought she saw a party goer and yelled, "Shut up!" Thank you. I don't know, Mike. The last time when we were that young, you know, and I was at a party, or if I had a party going on, I never had anything there that froze me in fear. How about you?
Yeah, no doubt. Other than the cops showing up.
Yeah, right. That's about it right there. That's a good point, and thank you, Eddie, for that. La, 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 la. Somebody just asked me another question. Can we please find out where DM was that night? That's a good point. That's a good question. Was she there? Where did she go the night before? That night before she came home? Where was she at? We're looking into that as you say that, Paige. That's a good point. I've been digging and trying to find what I can find. It's hard. Welcome, Nina King. Good to see you.
I think we can come up with enough. We just haven't really gone that way yet, you know?
Oh yeah. We're working on it, guys. I promise. Now that I've kicked this part of this off, that's what we're doing. I'm making a point of it too, specifically. Deborah says just because Dylan saw a person walking towards the sliding door in the kitchen, how does she know she wasn't in danger? Because I don't think that's what she saw. I don't think that's what happened that way. I just don't, Deborah. That's my opinion, though. You know what I mean? Again, this is something you guys don't have to agree with me at all, and I don't expect you to, unless you feel that way yourselves. I'm just saying this is my thought, and I've had this thought for a long time, you guys, and I can't let it go. And I'm tired of just not talking about it because it's bullshit. I'm sorry. Um. Okay, right. Let me see. I'm trying to catch up with you guys in the chat to answer some of these questions. That's a great point, though, Paige, because that is what we're doing. Carolyn says her actions are certainly inexcusable. I agree. Dylan's alleged statements make no sense and not the language she allegedly used in her statement. I agree with that one. Thank you. Chain says I agree. That's another thing. I just said that too. Thank you, Altered. Why has that not been talked about at all? It really hasn't. Have you guys, seriously, has anybody seen anything other than all
No,
of us, that have said a word about that?
not at all.
Nope. And why not?
They
Are
got
we
their
the
guy.
only are we the only people, you guys, all of us in here, all 450 of us that think that's weird? I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't. I'm sorry. If you heard your roommate crying and some thudding, probably a lot more than just thudding, in my opinion. and
Sad
she
to
worked
say.
with.
I think if either one of us, me or you, did that and waited 8 hours to call 911, we'd be locked up by now.
Right. That's right. I said this before. Sarge said this once before. If Dylan Mortensen was named Bobby James and Bethany Funk was named Jimmy Johnson, I promise you they'd both be in jail right now. Promise you they'd be both be in jail because they're males. Okay, and I think that's the only thing that has allowed for that, in my opinion. I may be wrong. I may be wrong. I'm just saying. And I think that's probably right. Ray Martinez, welcome. Good to see you. DM is really the main reason I feel this isn't clear cut how they're portraying it to be. It's a big part of it, in my opinion. I agree with you, bro. Deborah says she doesn't believe Dylan's statement at all ever. No, I don't. I never have. From the moment you remember the first time we heard that statement, Mikey?
Oh yeah.
I was like, what?
Yeah.
What? Are you serious? Get out. There's no way that's true. And then it appeared in the PCA, and I was like, wow, okay. Interesting. What do we know about Quentin? Could he be complacent in a it's possible. We don't know. We don't know much about him. We're gonna find out about him though. We're definitely gonna be looking into him too. Because here's another situation that I wasn't comfortable with. I think it was Kim that had stated that he was in the first group of people to be at that house that morning, right? Well, what we understood was that he was in Boise, Idaho that night before, which is 6 hours away from Moscow. Well, if she called her boyfriend because of this happening, right? Let's see. So we're gonna go with what the PCA states and say that this was done by 420. But she didn't come out of her room until what? 11. The call was made at 11:56, so I'll just give her 11:30. How did Quinn get from Boise to there by
Yeah.
11:58? He
We went
didn't.
over that with weather conditions and
Yeah, he didn't. He
yeah.
did. So he was there the whole time. Probably at the house with her if that's his girlfriend. I would think that's where he should be. So there's that too. Something else that's bothered me. Well, so that's Daniel's opinion. He's allowed that. Yep. Absolutely. All right. Mikey, can you give me 1 second here? I gotta jump off for a second.
Yeah,
I'll be right
bud,
back.
no problem.
You can keep on talking away. I'll be right back.
Yeah, Stevie, that's what I'm trying to figure out here, buddy. I'm not a good jokester, tell you that much. I'm just trying to find something here and the folks on chat to kind of get a topic on. Yeah, Dan, a few words, but once I get rolling, I get rolling. It's just. Yeah, Gigi, just let's wait till Dago gets back, and then I'll bring this up to him. And Tammy Lynn, I don't know about Bethany, Tammy Lynn, but the whole Dylan thing has definitely been a hot topic. We just really haven't kind of gone down those. We have, but we haven't put it out on things that we've discovered. I don't know. We just kind of held back on some things.
All right, all right. Thank you. Sorry, Mike.
Yeah, we just gave him death silence. Oh no, no, I was pretty silent.
So, what do you guys think? What do you guys think? I'd love to hear what you guys think.
We did have one person here in chat that asked if they could call in about the Emma and Demetrius situation.
Yeah, you can come up on the panel or call in. It's up to you. Whatever's easiest for you.
And that was Gigi and GD Truth.
The GD Truth, something we haven't had for a while with this.
Yeah.
So be it. Yeah, yay. Do your thing.
Chicken wang.
Whatever's easiest. If you want to jump up on panel, you don't have to show your face. But if that's fine, you can do that. If not, you can give me a call. GG in the Dagum Truth. Dagum Truth. Oh, Gigi, you're a TikToker. I've seen your stuff. Yeah, 1 second here. If I can, there it is. The number's on the bottom of the screen on the ticker. I can't guarantee the best quality of a phone call, but we'll try it. And again, guys, please don't take me getting excited about this as being upset with anyone. I'm not. I'm very angry with this case. Okay. Very, very angry with this case. I'm very angry with the direction this case has gone. It's a bunch of bullshit. I'm sorry. These kids deserve better than this. Their families deserve better than this. And I'm over it. I'm over the way it's gone. I'm completely over it. What's up, B Slims? Good to see you. It's wrong, guys. It's every bit of it is wrong.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine being a parent in this.
No way. No.
Oof.
I gotta say they're handling it pretty well, considering because I couldn't handle it. I wouldn't handle any of this. I would have went off a long time ago, way long time ago, and I'm gonna continue talking about and looking into this other side of this. I really am. Right, Paige. I agree. I mean, it's at this point, it's enough. Enough is enough. The jokes, there's no jokes. Okay, the garbage. That's done, guys. It's all a joke. This entire thing is ridiculous, and it's not to be that way. These kids, God bless every one of these kids, and God rest their souls. They deserve so much better than what this investigation has given. These families, the Gonsalves family, the Chapin family, the Mogans, the Kernoodles, they all deserve so much better than what they've gotten.
To accept, press 1. To send a...
You're live with the Dago and Mikey. Who am I talking to?
Hey guys. Hey, this is Gigi.
What is up? How are ya?
Hey, listen, I'm doing all right, but just a heads up, I'm at the cabin with my grandbabies, and well, right now one of them is making her feelings very known to the entire river
Okay.
at the top of her lungs. Okay, so we're going to try to do this.
That's fine, and I will watch my mouth. I promise you, I'll watch my mouth.
Oh, no, we're not on speaker, and I've got the TV pause muted, whatever.
Okay.
I just now jumped in a little while ago specifically to tell you, oh, Lord Jesus. What, Sissy?
It's okay. Take your time.
On the bed and see if she'll do that.
Take your time. The grandbabies are important.
Thank you for letting me be real. If I talk over you, it might be because we have like a crappy connection. I'm way out in the boondocks.
That's okay. That's okay.
Okay, so I don't even know the topic of this is. I did hear you say that, excuse me, that you, give me just 1 second, guys.
Take your time, hon.
Right.
That
Okay, look, get out of that chair. Come on now, I'm going to press mute for a second, you guys.
okay, hon. Thank you for that comment, Doc. I appreciate it. I'm glad you guys can hear her well. Thank you for that, Eddie. Appreciate you, buddy. And again, guys, while we're on hold with her, I just please, if anybody was offended by my outgoingness today, my apologies. You know, guys, I'm who I am. You guys know me very well. This just bothers me. It really, really bothers me, and I'm sick to my stomach with this stuff. I'm over it. It's all enough. Okay, it is. So if anybody was offended, my apologies. I'm just done. I'm done, guys. I'm done with this. We, with the time we put in on this case, deserve more than what we've gotten from this. Let alone these damn families. Okay, these families are ridiculous. It's ridiculous what they've not gotten out of this. Go ahead, PG.
Okay, sorry, I didn't hear anything that you guys were talking about, but baby does have milk, so hallelujah.
Amen.
Thank you, Jesus. Drive through, woot woot.
Absolutely.
So I did. Number one, I want to tell you this. I don't think I will ever, really be somebody who covers true crime. I've always followed it.
Yes.
Excuse me, my voice is hoarse. We've been hollering across the yard all morning. 1 second.
That's okay.
Okay, so if the WSU letter had not found its way to me back in January, and my whole life had not been turned flip-flop upside down,
okay,
I probably wouldn't even know what was going on in the inner workings of the true crime community. To be honest, I was a very year maker, Alex with True 911 calls, Beyond Evil, Dave's Lemonade, but always drawn to the macabre, the taboo, the oddity, right? They've always been drawn to medicine, always been drawn to what could have been changed, what could have not happened that caused this to keep going. Like, okay, so 50, okay, let's just say, because I know, having heard a little bit of your opinion about, and I fully believe that opinion is based on things you have found.
Yes, ma'am.
All of y'all, all of us have found so much, and depending on who we are, what we're about, and what we found, could change, alter, shift what we think, see, and believe. So I want to first say I appreciate that you're just a good old boy. Mike brings to the screen. He reminds me of my Uncle Kenny, just like he just finished 50, and he's just kicked back listening to the story in the room. I love it. I love the people that you guys bring on.
Thank you.
A few of them I do find myself a little back and forth with.
Right.
Really only like WSU Kim, and it's not because of the majority of the things that she said, it's only because of what she said about two things. One, that she talked to somebody at WSU and that they informed her full well that he was not fired. So because I was willing in the beginning, shoot, I got a pink slip on my door, y'all, and this was right after I put it on TikTok. You know, I couldn't get nobody to help me. I literally asked, and all these people I'd paid with my time, my subscriptions, my Patreons, none of them would help me, okay? So I went crazy. I really did, like, on a real level of, like, if I was stuck in the middle of the woods and I had to protect me and this story,
Yes.
I was that serious about it.
And you know what? I agree with you, because I saw by accident, because I'm not a big TikTok person, but I have my TikTok is attached to my YouTube, and I went over there checking it out, and I saw some of your stuff, and you kind of reviewed some of my videos before too. And I thank you. You did a great job with that. And I think you did some good stuff with the YouTube or the TikTok. You did great with it. So you're doing a good job out there.
I'll tell you, to anybody who's listening, and hey, I'm all over the place. I am only 2 years sober. I used to do motivational speaking.
Congratulations.
I was like a Facebook girl, right? I did Facebook. I would do, good morning. Okay, y'all, today we're going to blah, blah, blah. But the truth is I was getting turned up on the weekends.
Okay.
And didn't ever really have any serious coping skills.
Right.
So when I got sober 2 years ago, guess what? I found out that I am a uber bitch. And
it happens.
It's not really like, it's not because I want to be, it's because I really don't give a
hey.
about making friends.
That's right. That's absolutely right.
Like, I don't need nobody to stand with me. This isn't hype me time. What I'm trying to say is, like, I didn't come into this whole thing trying to compete with all these channels and do all these things. I only had to do all that because nobody would help me.
I understand.
Information.
I understand.
So, okay, the first thing is that WSU Kim says that that he wasn't fired. Well, the one thing that I had trouble with was the fact that is, okay, here, I want everyone to hear me because I don't have the TV up. I don't know what y'all are saying.
Well, can you hear me?
What, Kim? I can.
Real quick before you go with that. Did you said something about the WSU letter? Everybody's asking what letter. What do you mean by that?
Oh, Brian Koberger was fired from WSU.
Yes.
And back in January, the literal letter found its way to me, not because I asked for it. I'm just a little, what everybody said about me was, I'm just a little Gigi in Arkansas. Again, it's the truth I want. I could care less what people think about me. I'm a bitch, remember?
Yes.
I don't need friends. I don't even want them. In fact, friends make life complicated because you got to walk around, protecting everybody's feelings.
Right.
I'm prior Army. I have raised a boatload of kids, both adopted and birthed. I've owned businesses. I'm done with saying, look at all I've done. Here is who I am. No. This case is why I'm here. I don't give a shit what you think about me personally. See?
I agree.
So I come out of the gates. I get that letter. I think it was right after Brian Koberger was arrested.
Okay.
And I tried. I want to say, you'd have to look at dates. It's either late January. It's for sure by like February 3rd. February 3rd.
He was terminated on January 1st, and I was after his arrest, I believe.
No. Okay, so let's go through the dates.
Okay.
Will you write this down, Doggo?
I will.
Is it Dago?
It's Dago, but that's okay. Everybody does that.
Dago. But this is what I want to tell you, and this is why I called. You're so comfortable that I feel like you're sitting in my living room. Okay. So
absolutely.
I get off sidetracked. So write this down.
Yes, ma'am.
I think it's listen, I do not want people to follow me on Twitter. I've had to restart so many times, and now I'm directly focused on.
So, how is everyone?
Okay.
I'm working on a documentary about multi-platform manipulation and what I've experienced in this case. And let's just say it's massive.
Gotcha.
It goes hundreds and hundreds of accounts deep, and it is gross and vile. So I would rather people not follow me on Twitter, but you can find exactly the news link I'm talking about if you go there. So don't follow me if you're gonna, not you, Dago, or Mike, or the people who have a soul in there and don't expect people to be nice, but just tell the truth, because that's who I am. I'm not nice.
It's fine. It's fine.
Okay? And I'd rather hurt your feelings than lie to you, and I'd rather you hurt my feelings than lie to me. And I'm on like a truth mission with this case.
Amen to that. Amen to that.
On there, I want you to go look up. Are y'all ready?
Yes.
See, I've talked about so freaking much already. If y'all could write down what I've talked about in case you have more questions, because the girls are being quiet, and this never happens. On my Twitter, I think it's the Truth for Idaho 4. Just like that, okay?
The
If you wanna
truth.
pull it up on the screen, that's fine. I don't want you to show everything. Well, there's nothing to hide, because I've had people like Inside Edition, like Lester Holt. Are they watching it? I don't know.
Right.
But will they, after a while, their PR person say, what is this about a man? Are you ready for this, Dago and Mike? Demetrius Robinson, and I'm being public as I can about it, because I believe there are a lot of victims that we don't know about, specifically from him. But if you go look at my page, the night that Emma Bailey was arrested for her DWI,
Yeah.
it would help if you would put it on the screen. The same time she was arrested, it was either within 30 minutes or 30 minutes prior, someone named S, last name is like Larry. I don't want to dox anybody, but it is public. They were arrested from Steptoe Apartments on the same night as Emma. Well, then you go digging, and guess who else was arrested the same night Emma got her DWI? Demetrius Robinson. Okay? So I'm going to tell you, I can't even take the credit for this. I have people who just send me stuff, and they're just little old ladies, and not old, little ladies and not little, they're all big, beautiful humans, but they just want the truth, and they're too scared to share the truth they find
Okay.
because of like what they see happen. And it's not people from, well, I do know people from Moscow and Pullman, but like these people that when they tell me this, she's like nowhere near that. She doesn't even know these people. Just loves unsolved mysteries.
Okay.
So she finds all this and sends it to me, and she said, well, look at this. Not only is Demetrius Robinson a we really love rapist to women. Trigger warning, I'm so sorry.
No, I understand.
Also in the Survivor.
Congrats.
He's also a rapist to men. Okay? If you go look at that video,
Okay.
it starts out with like an explosion on the screen. It's also on my TikTok, but again, I don't want followers right now. I spend so much time blocking people because of all the trolls and fuck accounts that like create their own conversations to seem relevant. I spend more time tracking those down and deleting and blocking them and deleting and blocking everybody they're talking to because they're all fake. Okay?
Right.
And I sounded crazy back then, but now I have a full documentary in the making, and it's legit.
Okay.
And so I will clearly call you out on Twitter, TikTok, YouTube. The majority of this stuff is just other people pretending to be these people. It's sickening.
Right.
Actually, I don't even see your chatters, but the real truth is that they're probably in your chat now. Okay?
Okay.
So my question is, the guy who let Emma, I'll give you a quick backstory. So Emma gets arrested. They take her to the my voice is getting hoarse. They take her to Pullman PD. This little cop does not make her wear cuffs to go into the room to talk to her lawyer. He takes the cuffs off of her. She's uncuffed before she's blown, before she's done anything. To me, this is corruption because it's a simple thing that they could have done that could have stopped what I'm about to tell you.
Okay.
We've slowed the video down all the way. And while she is in that room, before she goes in there, I've slowed it all the way down frame by frame. There is nothing in the seat. While she is in there, she drops a little vial or rug or
Yeah, we watched her do that. She pulled it out of the back of her pants and put it in a tissue and dropped it in the garbage can. Yes.
No, that's not what happens. And I don't mean to be rude, but again, remember, I'm a bitch. I don't have feelings when it comes to just correcting it.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
If you will go back and watch it, Dago, my friend, my brother, whoever's in the chat, stuff like that comes out of my mouth, and I'm not trying to be rude, but if it is rude, we got to work on being insecure about people.
Nope. You're fine.
Okay?
You're fine. You're fine.
So if you go back and look, Dago, that he takes her in there the first time. If you go frame by frame, there's nothing in the seat. This is when she's in there calling her lawyer. At first, I thought she left it in there. At the end, no. In the middle, no. There's nothing in the seat. He comes back in and gets her. He brings her out. The female takes the female brought the male out first, I think. Is that right?
I think so, yes.
There was okay. Either way, once Emma was in there uncuffed, the female brings the male arrestee back in there. Nobody notices the little thing on the seat. They come out, and he takes her back in there, and that's when she gets the tissue, goes down in her pants, does whatever. But if you watch that video, it is still sitting there when she leaves. What I'm saying is that I believe Pullman, and this is big, okay, so the reason I say it public is because I want to live, and Caden Young is dead. Okay? I believe that Caden Young knew everything that he needed to know about the Idaho court case. I think that he potentially knew more than law enforcement knew. I mean, we have, whether anybody believes it or not, we've got people giving information that those who saw the kids on Friday night were not even spoken to. That's strange to me. Why would you not speak to them just to maybe see, like, for example, was Kaylee stuck in her phone all night? Because if you had Friday night, Saturday night, Kaylee doesn't look up from her phone, well then there's probably more going on than just, what did you tell Adam? You see what I mean?
Yeah.
So we know that they did not talk to everybody. We're just supposed to believe what they told us.
Okay.
When I say Idaho for cover up, I don't mean, and this is my personal opinion, if you need to cut me off, it's fine. If somebody else needs to call, but I don't mean that. I personally believe Brian Koberger is responsible for this by himself or with someone else being involved in some way.
Okay, I can respect
That's
that.
not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is the cover-up of what happened with Emma that day in the police station in February.
Okay.
I'm talking about why you can't find any other stories where people took drugs and gave them to somebody and they died, and it's clear that that's where the drugs came from. Sorry if you have to cut that out. That they were not charged with that death. Now, why is Emma not charged with it? Do you know?
No, we've all wondered that.
What I'm saying is Emma and Demetrius were arrested on the same day. I think they came in and turned state's evidence on all that stuff that's going on with the Tri-City, Quad City, whatever.
Okay.
And in the middle of it, Caden's life was taken. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
And because they were turning this other stuff, Emma was able to walk free. I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, that doesn't.
Did Demetrius know Caden directly, or did Emma connect Demetrius and Caden? So we want to blame Demetrius, but I'm sorry. If I'm driving the car that you pass away in, it doesn't matter that it's my mom's.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right.
So if you'll go look at those links, Demetrius and Emma were arrested the same night, February 12th, I think.
Okay.
And if you'll look, you can track down, the last name is actually Barry, letter S, was arrested the same night Emma was arrested at Steptoe Apartments, which is where Brian lived.
Right. Okay. I will check into that for sure.
And I think that's important. I don't think that the Idaho 4, when I say cover up, I mean the whole town is a mess.
Okay.
The whole system is a mess.
Oh yeah, you're not the first. You're not the first to say that.
But this isn't a dog or a dig at the people of Moscow. Shoot, I have went to bat to standing toe to toe with true crime content creators for being mean and vicious to people from Moscow.
Okay.
Because I keep saying this, once people move on to the next case, Moscow still needs help.
You're absolutely right, and that's something I will say I absolutely agree with. That when this is all said and done, and things go back to whatever it's going to be for a norm, Moscow still needs to be looked at and still needs to be fixed. I agree with that.
Like, for example, Doggo, listen. Right now, when Demetrius and Emma were in jail, who was servicing Pullman and WSU and University of Idaho in Moscow for rugs?
Don't know.
That shouldn't matter to us.
No, it shouldn't, but...
Because no, I'm saying it should.
Oh, okay.
It should matter. That's part of the problem, is we're so focused on the incidences that we're not looking at the fact that, what if Brian had early, and I don't even know, because I've went back and forth on if Brent somehow knew Brian, but like I said on prior service, so I watched an interview with Melissa Jade and Brent's friend, and as I was listening to him talk about his personality, I personally cannot reconcile why Pullman, WSU police, and Moscow police, why they murdered a man who was inside his house. At the bare minimum, don't you think they just should have let him progress to hurting himself?
Yeah, it doesn't.
I'm not trying to be rude.
No. I know, but
what danger was he?
You're right. I don't agree with that scenario either. We talked about that the other day. I don't understand why that happened the way it did. So it makes no sense to me.
Why are we this many months later, Dado, and it's still an ongoing? What are you investigating?
Nothing. There's nothing, because the officer's back to work. There's nothing left. That's what I don't understand with that either.
Well, look into who did the arrest of Emma.
Okay.
And then, 30 minutes later, he's called to assist an Idaho, you're a sheriff. You're going to have to go look at my tweet. It's got it all in there. It's got a screenshot of Emma, a call to Steptoe, and then the S. Berry being arrested. And then I think I've got a screenshot in there of this officer so-and-so was really busy that night.
Okay.
He does all of this, and then he goes and answers a call out in the middle of nowhere.
Okay.
So I think all of that was to set up, and I want to inform you. Inform. I hate ants. Does that make sense?
I didn't quite hear what you said. Say it again. I'm here, guys.
I said I think they did all of that with Emma and with Demetrius to bring them in to be yeah.
Oh, to turn state's evidence. I understand.
That what?
To turn state's evidence?
That what?
You said you think that they did all that with them to get some kind of evidence from them?
No, I think they did it to turn them into informants. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that's kind of what I meant by that too. I just didn't state that.
Bigger, yeah. Yeah, on the bigger.
Okay.
On the bigger stage.
Well, and you know, that's something we all talked about with that case was how they got off scot-free. Charges are dropped completely. Boom, boom, boom. And they're set free to walk, to do nothing. Yeah, that was the only thing that makes any kind of sense as far as we were concerned.
Well, and guess who you got rid of? You got rid of somebody who is naturally somebody that people go talk to. That's why he worked at the organized.
Oh, yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
now you have removed probably the person who knew more about what happened that night than law enforcement. Plus, I mean, I'm not knocking the things that these students are doing. I mean, hell, I have my own addictions that I beat. I just told you I've only been 2 years sober.
Right, and congratulations
But
on that.
thanks, man. It's hard as hell. I feel like a 2-year-old in coping mechanism.
No, I get it. I get it.
You've got somebody who not only knows probably the ins and outs of all the stuff that's going on with the Idaho 4, he's known these kids. I'm sure he's known Maddie,
Right.
known Kaylee, known Ethan, known Xana.
Right, right.
And he enjoys party rugs. So you basically, in one fell swoop, get rid of both situations. Now the information he knew on a deeper level is gone, and you're able to potentially set up, you know, they wanted somebody to call Emma to try to get more rugs. And she said, no, Caden just died in Dee's arms.
Right.
Like, that's so serious. And these
You still here,
people
Mikey?
are not in jail. Why? Why is Emma out?
We all want to know that. We've all been, the day that they were released, we were all kind of appalled and wanted to know what the hell was going on.
It's so strange to me, every bit of it.
I agree.
But hey, if you want to write these down real quick, I want to do this. My grandbaby fell asleep.
Okay.
My grandbaby has given me the side eye, like, okay, Gigi, we've been at the river. We're not doing work today.
Okay. One moment, guys.
Write down these dates real quick.
Okay. Go ahead and give me. I got a pen and a paper.
You know, these things, this is just what is stuck in my brain.
Okay.
So the day before school start, 8:21, traffic stop.
Traffic stop. Okay.
School starts. 8:22, school starts.
Okay.
Within a month and a day, on 9/23, he has his first altercation.
Okay.
They let him know that he has to meet with them, and he meets with them on 10/3 to discuss professionalism.
Okay.
We don't know what the altercation was about. Okay, so this is important. I wish that we had somebody who could get in touch with Buddy, the dog's owners, because I'm going to just a few more things. It's not about Brent and Buddy. Okay, so 10/3, he has a meeting about professionalism.
Right.
Now jot down over to the side, beside that, 2 weeks before Buddy killed trigger warning, rabbit, geese gold, skull cap taken.
Rabbit descald. Okay. Gotcha.
Skull cap taken, Pam and Jim Colbert mailbox. So the same people that owned Buddy 2 weeks, a couple of weeks before Buddy was skinned, they're coming home. Jim goes to the mailbox or stops at the mailbox. They're coming home from dinner. This is all available in the most litigious man in the world that he's so proud of being, you know, litigious. He did an interview with Pam and Jim Colbert, and I'd like to just leave it at that because I don't want to be connected with him, and that's just a personal opinion.
That's fine.
Okay, so he did it. You can look up Moscow, Idaho, dog skin, and you'll find the person who is proud of having wasted the court's time for decades. Okay, here we go. So on a couple of weeks before Buddy's son, Sam tells the most litigious man who's proud of wasting the court's time that Jim goes to the mailbox. They're coming up from dinner, and he finds a rabbit carefully, trigger warning, de-skulled around the top.
Okay.
And the skull cap is taken and the brain exposed. Just left there. Okay?
Okay.
Now we'll go back to Brian. On 10/21, Brian gets an email from Professor Snyder that states that he has failed thus far in the semester.
Right.
Okay? Out to the side, right, 10/21. Buddy skinned.
Okay.
Sam and Jim Colbert.
Okay.
2 a.m. out the side.
Okay.
Down under that, I want you to write Clint Hughes. That's her neighbor. Clint has a big, huge dog. This is all available in things that were told to the news.
Okay.
Clint has a big, huge dog. At 2 a.m., his big, huge dog went ballistic inside their home and tore up its dog bed.
Okay.
2 a.m. Okay?
Okay.
Now, go back over to Brian.
Yes.
So, 8/22 school starts. A month and a day later, he's got his first altercation with Professor Snyder. 10/3, they have a meeting about professionalism. Around that time, the rabbit is killed. By the way, Pam is retired from WSU. You can mark this down over the side. She retired from WSU. There's a award of hers. She worked in the vet med side. She has an award from 2008 hanging from the university.
Okay.
Okay. So go back over to Brian.
Okay.
He's 10/3, 10/21, out the side 10/21. So 10/21, Professor Snyder tells him this man who believes that he can do no wrong and that people are beneath him.
Okay.
I say that based on the students who said that he wanted us to already know what he knew. That is quoting the student, not all these rumors.
Okay.
He expected us to know what he already knew, and we didn't know that. How would we know that?
Okay.
We had to teach him.
Got you. And I don't want to rush you, hon, but
Been told.
I don't want to rush you, but I have I have to have a time limit on my calls because it runs out. So.
Okay, here we go. I'm just gonna fly through it. Okay, so 10/3, then 10/21, told that he's failed thus far, but either dog is skinned. 11/2, they meet with him, General Director Willett, Professor Snyder,
Okay.
and a third faculty member, and then they give him a performance plan on 11/2.
Yes.
On 11/3, he gets the email about it,
Okay.
and then 10 days later, the kids are murdered. Then on December 7th, they have a follow-up meeting. They say that he's progressing, but not perfect.
Right.
December 9th, he has an altercation on the last day of school. People are a little confused about if that was the last day of school. That was the last day of school as far as what you see on the calendar.
Okay.
Last day of school. December 11th, they requested a meeting with him. December 15th, he was pulled over.
Okay.
December 19th, he was fired. The last day of December, the firing was effective. So that last part is important. A lot of true crime creators get very confused. They think he was fired after he was arrested.
Okay.
December 11th, they requested a meeting. December 15th, he was pulled over. December 19th, he was fired, I think via Zoom.
Where did you, if I can ask you, I don't mean to interrupt, where did you get all this information from for sure?
I have the termination letter.
How did, I mean, I'm not being, I don't want to sound rude. I'm just asking how you received that. That's all.
Well, it would be the same way that New York Times received it, and it would be the same way that Ashley Banfield's producers received it directly from the source.
And that's the actual termination letter from WSU to Brian Koberger.
Look at the dates on it.
What is the okay? And like, what are the dates on it from when you received it? I mean, when did you receive it? I'm sorry. I'm not trying to sound rude or anything. I just anything I put out, I try to make sure I have some kind of receipt on or like a way to vet it or verify it. That's all.
Right. And the dates that I just gave you, that's why I was going through them with you.
So
The way you can vet it is give Mike Baker. His handle is by Mike Baker on Twitter. He works for the New York Times.
Okay.
He wrote the piece. That hyperlinks back to me reading the letter, which I could care less if anyone watches.
Right.
He spoke directly to the source with me on the phone. I never once gave the identification of the source, not to him, not to News Nation. They identified themselves.
Okay. Gotcha.
The same exact thing happened with News Nation producer under Ashley Banfield. They spoke directly to the source. So the way you vet it is you decide whether or not you think Mike Baker is lying.
Well, yeah, we would have to prove that.
Yeah, you would have to prove that Mike Baker with the New York Times is lying and put the New York Times at risk by lying.
Well, it's not that he would lie. It's just that some people can get wrong information, not on purpose, obviously, but it can be sent out. You know,
You're talking about like breadcrumbs. We're talking about I had already vetted it all the way to the furthest vetting possible.
Okay.
See, what happened is people wanted to try to figure out why someone would send that to me versus being happy something came out in a gagged case.
Yeah. No. Sure.
You know, the public isn't the people anymore. They're a bunch of scoffers. You don't start by trying to take this and make that fit. You take everything and try to debunk it.
Right.
You ask WSU Kim to get you something else besides her word, because everybody believes what she says about it.
Okay.
A second thing that's important, and then I'm going to get off of here, is WSU Kim is possibly going to find herself in court. So you guys are really supportive of her. There are a lot of people who are supportive of her, and you should know that she continues to send out information like that Kaylee's heart was taken, and I am telling you with every bit of vengeance inside of me, that is a lie.
Okay. And that's your
lying about the WSU letter, and she's lying about Kaylee's heart. How many more times will you guys celebrate her on your TV? That's my question.
Do you know well, anything that you talk about, obviously, just as any of us try to, you try to clarify and verify that, correct?
Well, I do the work.
Right.
I don't believe anybody. I do the work.
Okay. So how did you?
So if I tell you Kaylee's heart wasn't taken, then everyone listening to me should be on a bold mission to try to debunk that. Because
Absolutely.
you will not be able to do it.
It is absolutely something that needs to be looked at immediately if that's talked about.
It needs to be looked at because this person and this narrative, you think that it's all about the kids, but it's not. Okay? It sounds genuine. It sounds sweet. But if you have one bit of yeast in the middle of that batch, you might as well throw it out with the baby too.
Okay.
Not just the bathwater, but the baby too.
Okay.
Because you've got pictures and things going around. But when all of this is said and done, you know, Kim stating that she wasn't fired and getting millions and millions of people to question it.
Okay.
In fact, helps the defense. That's okay. That's a good thing.
All right. Well,
I think she's not guilty.
Okay.
But I'm going to tell you right now, and I can't tell you where or why, because I don't care if people believe me. But there is cold, hard, visual proof that Brian Koberger did.
Oh.
It's not hard to figure out.
Well, if you okay, if you have that kind of proof, you should care where it came from, right?
It came straight from the people who have reported over and over. You could literally, everybody's saying, "Oh, well, there's just a bump and a thud." The Gonzalez family literally tracked down neighbor ring cameras so they could solidify what time their daughters got home. That's literally available in news reports.
Okay.
It's not just a sound. They're everywhere. If you go look at the side of the house, there's cords running from the second floor when you're looking at it from, like, say, the side yard, like from Jack D's side. There's cords that run from the second floor, the tip of it. If you're looking toward the side of it, up toward the apartment, it goes down. The cord goes in between the freaking slats on the house, up to the window, up back into the flats, and up to a plug. It's a camera. I'm not talking about the thing that we've all called the tripod that's up on the pole, which literally is there.
Okay.
There's cameras everywhere. You got to go find all the early footage. I can show you 4. Again, it's all on Twitter.
Okay.
Don't try to prove that Brian didn't do it.
What?
Try to actually prove that he did, and in doing so, you won't be able to if it's right.
Right.
You'll be left with the fact he didn't do it.
Well, wouldn't in my? I mean, let me ask you this. With everything you're saying that's out there, proof wise, okay, that's proof that's out there. I'd love to say that. I'd love to say Brian Koberger did it. I've said that I'd love to say that, okay, because that would mean that it's over, it's done. We have the proof, it's all there. If that's the case, but why in the hell doesn't law enforcement have that proof? Why doesn't the state or the defense have that proof?
Because you're thinking about this from a people's perspective. You've got to put yourself, Doggo, in the shoes of the defense.
It's Dago, ma'am.
Given us everything. They haven't given us everything. They haven't given us everything. They haven't given us everything. That is the way the defense shows reasonable doubt. Okay? It's not like there isn't something happening. I can say you owe me money, Doggo, and you gave me the 10 I borrowed. You borrowed.
Okay.
And I can say, Doggo, you didn't give me all the money I borrowed. And you can say, yes, I did. And then I could say, no, you didn't. I can go to my friends and say, Doggo did not give me all the money he owes me.
Dago.
And then I can run down to the river and the people float, and I can say, Doggo did not give me all the money he owes me. And in an hour, everybody in this river community will think you are a thief.
Hey, buddy, you might want to get to Kim here before it gets too old.
Okay.
Defense lawyers fight death penalty cases.
Okay.
Reasonable doubt.
All right. Well, thank you, Gigi. I hate to have to do this, but I have to end the call.
All over the place. Don't apologize. I'm so sorry.
And I need to move on. Okay. Thank you very much for your call. I appreciate you. Bye-bye now.
Power on.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Good Jesus, God in heaven.
You have the soul of Job. Honest to goodness. You know what? More power to her. She's working on it.
Hold on. Welcome, Kim, by the way. Hold on.
Okay.
But the macho. Oh. Ti amo. Buongiorno. Okay.
In the blender, buddy?
Oh, wait a minute. Fangu. Hey. Okay, then.
Very funny.
Good Jesus, God in heaven. I don't get sorry about any of that. I didn't even know what the hell was being talked about at first.
I welcome it because, what people don't realize is that the more people who disagree, it's more opportunity, or misstate what I've said. It's more opportunity for more people to hear it. They're at least hearing something, right? So when people say, like when she's saying that what I was saying isn't true or whatever, that's fine. And she can tell the whole audience that. but that audience is eventually going to come and listen, and so it's still going to stay page one. It's still doing what I perceive my job to be.
Here's something that I have a big issue with these things. Okay. Anybody, I've had multiple people come at me with this whole Brian Koberger's done it. You're a Koberger lover. Are you gonna sleep with him when he gets out of jail? Blah blah.
Oh
You
my
know all this
God.
stupid shit here. You know how it goes.
Right. Yeah. Right.
Would you let him spend the night in your house with your family? All that dumb shit. So whatever. Anyway.
Right.
Moving on. Everybody that has told me that Brian did this says it's all out there. The proof is all out there. It's everywhere you look. You can find it here, there, everywhere. Where? Tell me where to go to find it, because I want to find it. I'm gonna go pick up Mama Bear and Mikey. I'm gonna stop off and pick up Jules. We're gonna send a plane ticket to Harsh. Go get Lana. We're all gonna go find this proof because none of us can find it.
Well, that's exactly it. I mean, I'd find it. I would go find it. I send Rory messages all the time. Hey, take a peek, like all the time. You should ask him all the crazy things I've asked him to do and climb and look at. Honestly, it's true, because I don't know if Koberger did it. Would I let Koberger spend the night in my house? I would. Yeah, he's a little weird, but you know, it's the nature of the beast. Kids can be weird.
If we would not have known Brian Koberger as being arrested for a mass killing,
right?
Why wouldn't we
God
do
bless
that?
you. Right. Exactly. And the thing is, and I don't know what this guy did. And if he did it, I promise you, I'll be the first one on firing. I'll be signing up, applying for that job. I will be. But the other part of it is, what are we supposed to say to this man if he's absolutely innocent and did nothing wrong, just got bullied again by a bunch of adults?
Well,
he
you
just
sure as
got
hell
bullied again in college.
You sure as hell just can't say I'm sorry, because guess
Yeah.
what? That ain't enough.
Oh no, those tapes are going to play in his ears for his entire life. Yes, of course he's watching this in jail. It's about him. He's facing a firing squad. He looks like a deer in headlights. He should. I'd expect my kid to. Guilty or innocent. I mean, all of these, and the point is, he was, and I respect whoever believes that they have a letter stating that. But what I'm telling you is, on the day the kids returned to school, the first day of school, they were still deciding what to do with him. I called the school and I spoke with, and I believe it's doxing. I've given her name before, but if you called the school, she'd probably still be there and she'd probably speak with you.
Yeah.
And we went back and forth. She's got kids. I mean, she's got kids.
What's her name? What's her name again? What's her name, hon?
Her name was Heather. Her name's Heather, and she works in the president's or the dean of students office at Wazoo.
Okay, thank you.
And that's who I spoke with last year when my kids went back to school, because nobody was there after December 15th. So the kids, yes, the finals week was that week of the 9th. The week week of December, his finals were over probably midweek, and then he left with his father. That is normal behavior. I had one kid come home on the 12th, and one kid come home on the 16th. So it just depended on their finals when they flew home, right? So, and they're all through that week. But I will tell you this: the students didn't say. Somebody said that he missed school that first Monday. I want to say that Monday was a holiday, actually. I want to say, was it Veterans Day or did they have Friday off? Or
you mean after the fact,
in November,
the first Monday
after the 14th, I guess. What was that? The 11th was Veterans Day.
I'm trying to remember what holidays fall in November. I know Thanksgiving for sure, and then there is another
like
holiday around.
Veterans Day. No, not that. Maybe it's President's Day, December 11th or November 11th, rather.
It might actually. Let me look right now. Let me look
Veterans
right now.
Day's the 11th.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, it's Veterans Day.
So they could have had Monday be the following holiday for some classes and some classes not. It's college. So he did not miss a day of school. I heard that from students directly. He was just an asshole. But all TAs are, excuse my French, but they are. And that's why they are TAs. That's why it's part of the PhD program, because they think they're smarter than everybody else.
Well, I did talk to my daughter that went she did 4 years of college. She has 3 degrees, and told me, I was asking her about that one day. I'm like, what did you guys ever have TAs in any of the classes? She was like, oh yeah. I'm like, and I said, what type of people are they? She was like, really? I was like, what do you mean? What do you mean really? She's like, they're dicks. And I was like, what do you mean dicks? She goes like, everything we do is
Right.
pulled apart, put back together, and nothing we do is
Right.
ever right. I will go along with that because of being told that by one of my own children. So
Right.
there-
And truly, my kids have never had a TA they liked. And it's just because they need to learn to be better. And then they almost lose their PhD dreams. And so they're all called in because every kid has a meeting with their counselor at the end of the semester or in the middle
yeah,
of the semester. Those are all normal things that occurred that can be looked at in any way. You could look at it as normal if you are being realistic, or if you want him to be guilty, you could say, oh, he's having all this trouble. He was tough. He was a tough TA. He was a bright kid. I'm not saying that his teaching mannerisms were awful, but the kids couldn't say that he had scratches on him, that he was missed a day. All they could say was he was nicer, and they all got A's. And what did his review tell him to do so he would keep his PhD scholarship?
to be nicer.
And give better grades.
Yeah.
He followed instructions. He was doing what he was told. So
Yeah.
that's debatable, I guess, and it's subjective or
According to
objective.
according to what she just told me, that he was contacted December 7th and said that there was
for his final meeting, probably to get his grade or his finals, to take his finals.
Yeah, there was improvement in that sense. So I mean,
Yes, there was improvement. He wasn't fired. When the school got word, because he lived in student housing, that they were searching the apartment and they realized this was going down. I would assume the school would know way before the rest of us. The police would go directly to the school.
Yeah,
because
I agree
the
with
warrants had occurred. I don't know if did the warrant occur at the Washington State properties after he was arrested or before? I don't know that. Actually, I can't remember.
Say that one again, hon.
So was he arrested before they searched his apartment or after? I don't remember.
I think it was simultaneously. I think it was going on at the
Okay.
same time. I can't be sure. I don't remember. I'll be honest with you.
Right. And I guess it matters if you're trying to prove that he was fired. And the reality is, does it matter when he was fired? Does it really matter? Are you
don't
saying
think
this
it
is a trigger for him to kill people? There's way more triggers
Yeah,
than just being fired.
I don't think it
Lots of people
matters.
get fired.
Joel said he was in custody when they were searching his apartment. So
Searching his apartment. So he was not fired yet. They didn't know what they were going to do with him, and nobody was there to fire him anyway. Everybody was gone for the holiday, and it's a long holiday. It's like 4 to 6 weeks,
Right.
depending on your course load. So it's not weird. His
I'm going to
dad
venture
drove
to
with
say
him.
that no, and it's I'm going to venture to say that he was arrested, or he was terminated because he was arrested. I mean, that's
right. He's not going to make class. We need to
sorry, if
replace
I'm
him.
watching the news and if Mikey's watching the news and he's got one of his employees is on the news for a quadruple homicide, possibly, Mike's going to be like, yeah, buddy, you ain't coming to work tomorrow. Sorry. You know, I'm just saying, like, you got to fill that spot somehow, whether that's it or not. I'm just saying, that's general common sense.
That's exactly right. It's common sense. I was flying back east, and a woman had just interviewed for the job, and I don't know if she got it. I don't even know exactly which job it was, but they were talking of the talk was of replacing him, and that was February maybe. So they hadn't even replaced him yet, his position yet.
Right. Hold on 1 second. 1 second, Kim. Princess, do you want me to put this email up to be viewed by everyone, or do you just want me to look at this? I just want to know before I do anything with it. That's all I'm asking. I did get it, Shelly. And I just want to know what you want me to do before I do this. That's all, out of respect for you, because you sent this to me. 1 second, hon. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Kim. I just want to make sure.
Take your time.
Amy Terry said no university would fire him within 2 months for bad grading. I can't think so either. But the letter that's been posted by the New York Times has a letter dated December 19th around termination. Even if a fake letter, it's still after the murders, and they can't use it against him as a reason. Interesting. Where'd you go, bro?
Right, exactly. And that's probably so. Communication obviously is a thing over there. I just know I was told he was fired, but he not until after he was arrested. Obviously, he couldn't come to work.
That's what we all have thought for quite a while now.
And he didn't get the job with the Washington State University Police Department because they didn't have one fall semester. They had
Okay.
one in the spring semester, and they would have hired him onto that. They did not have a department for him to work in. I know he applied in Pullman, and they chose a different officer. But he knew that before he came. These things he knew before, like he knew what he was being set up for. Everything's paid for. He had a grant. That stupid survey that was approved like probably 2 years ago when he was starting his thesis to get his PhD. It was part of probably his studies, and so he got grant funding for that. All of that, he didn't lose any of that until he was arrested and made a suspect in this.
Okay. Gotcha.
So I mean, and I'm not saying he didn't do anything. I'm not saying he should. I mean, I don't think he should have been fired if this hadn't come up. I mean,
Yeah,
so what?
right.
He's an ass, right? Yeah, you work on it. That's what the
I
program
agree.
is for.
I agree. No,
You
that's
know,
fine.
and I don't want a kid giving my kid an A just because they want to keep their job. I want professors to teach my kids. I'm sorry, but I think it's important.
That's not an education. That's not an
Yeah.
education. That's what's wrong right now, you guys. Not to change subject, but just a second. My kids one of my children or two of my children went through this. Thank you, Heather. The whole no child left behind thing is bullshit as far as I'm concerned. You don't push a kid ahead if they don't know what the hell they're doing. That makes no sense to me. It never did. Therefore, when they get out into society and they're standing there going, duh, what do I do now, Mom? Thank you, because they don't have an education. What is that? You know what I mean?
Right.
No, that's not the way it's supposed to be. So I agree.
It's exactly that way. And I'll tell you what, they told me when this child, who just graduated, when Peyton graduated from college, when she was in kindergarten, they're like, oh, she has a learning deficit and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, well, she's still going to college. That's still the plan. And she graduated from college.
God bless her. God bless her. Because my child, I don't see him going to college because of his deficits. And it's not his fault, but he's going to be something altogether different, you guys. He's going to be
And college is different. It looks different for everybody. It's continuing education.
Right.
Is what it should be called.
Famous one day for being some kind of a crazy musician or something.
Right.
Other kids excel in different things. It is what it is.
Yep.
So I get it.
Right.
I do get it.
And not everybody is college bound. Not everybody is 4-year university bound. It's just about them deciding who they are, right?
Yeah.
And who they're. You're not going to tell my kid, you're not going to put her in a box with a pretty bow, call her a nice wife. That's awesome sauce. But for years ago, maybe. I have daughters, they will be able to hold their own and have a choice.
I think he was planning on coming back. I do. I feel like
he was going back.
He left.
They throw the shower curtains away. Can I please just tell you this? We buy them for $2.50. They're plastic. They're gross, but so is housing, college housing. They throw them away. They're $2.50. We buy new ones at Walmart. And if you really, really want to save $2.50, you wash it in the washing machine. It's just normal to have. He left his keys to the storage unit there. He left his television there. He left all of his stuff there.
He left the laptop there, the television.
Yeah.
He left everything there to come back to use again.
When he came back. I bet you there were dishes in the cabinets nobody's mentioned. Or, probably not food in the fridge. But, I mean, but he's driving, so his linens were probably in the car.
Listen, the shower curtain thing, I've said this since the beginning of it being talked about. The shower curtain scenario, they cost $1 at the dollar. Well, I'm sorry, probably $1.25.
$1.25 now.
You rip it down and get rid of it because they're gross. That's it. That's all it is.
They're disposable, basically.
That's it. You buy a new one when you come back. Period.
Yep. That's that. And really, honestly, and that is it. And he locked his room because he didn't want somebody taking his room. Maybe, or his clothes were in his room.
And let's mention one more thing with the shower curtain. If Brian Koberger is a germaphobe, I can promise you that shower curtain, you can't clean those. You can't clean those. Okay.
No.
And I promise you, it's easier just to throw it away, buy a new one when you come back for the next semester, and go back to your life the way it was before this happened. And that's exactly probably what exactly happened, in my opinion. So
right. And my guess is his father was driving back with him, and his father would fly back.
Yep.
And my husband would do the same thing with my children. My children would do that with each other. I would do that for my kids. They just happen to live farther and in more dangerous roads. It's not a great drive on the way that time of year. Any way you look at it.
I'm sure it's not. It's a long drive. That's the thing. Who wants to drive that long by themselves?
Right, exactly. Plus, then he goes and gets new tires. Of course, he goes and gets new tires. He probably needed snow tires.
You're making a cross-country drive with
Right.
bald tires in the wintertime. Come on now. That's just common sense.
Yes.
We would go down to Alabama where my wife's family is from. It's a 12-hour drive, okay? This was way more than 12 hours. And
Yeah,
I don't
it's
wanna do
6 days really.
yeah, I don't want to do that on my own. No way in
Yeah,
hell.
right.
No way in hell. So that's
Yeah.
not an excuse. I'm sorry.
And also, if you only have everybody has a car in your home, a vehicle, he would not have his vehicle at home over a 6-week break. You know what that looks like when you're a mom with 2 college kids whose car had to be left in another 8 hours away? It's miserable.
Yeah.
So you bring your they bring their cars home,
Right,
or they
right.
fly home if the roads are shut down.
I
But
don't
you change the oil, you do
that as
all of
being
those
weird
things.
either.
Hmm.
Jules asked when he got new tires. If you know that, do you know that?
I don't know. I know all I know. I don't know if he got new tires. All I do know is that they took the car to the shop when they got back to Pennsylvania, which didn't strike me as weird because that's what we do with the kids' cars here. We take them into the shop, change the oil, all that stuff, get it looked at, so they have a safe
Oh,
vehicle.
okay, I
Plus,
got
they're
you.
making a
Yeah,
longer
so
ride
it
home.
was left out.
Yeah. So I don't know if
Yeah,
he got tires.
that's
I
a
just know it was
long
in the
drive.
shop. Yeah, it's a lot, and he's already
Okay,
had a
I
car with a lot
understand.
of miles on it. You know.
Oh, that's right. Mandy
So
did send the Carfax. Thank you, dear. I appreciate it. I forgot about that.
Oh.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that, dear. I appreciate your input on that. So I mean, not that you had to do that, but
well,
you know, I understand why. I do.
and I just want and that's fine if you think I'm wrong, but I feel very confident and comfortable in what I've said. If I've said something
No, no, no,
that's
no,
wrong,
no, honey.
I'm sorry.
I
I
didn't.
hope so.
I didn't say I thought you were wrong. I said I appreciate
I know
you
you
putting
didn't.
your.
I know you didn't.
I
I
mean,
just
I'm sure.
wanted to,
Yeah.
I mean.
Welcome back, Mike.
Sorry about that.
So okay, that's all I had to add. Except
Okay.
for I know your name is Dago, and I adore you. Thank you for all you
Thank
do.
you very much. Yeah, I appreciate that, dear. I do. Thank you
And
so
I
much.
appreciate everybody out there who's standing up for me. I so appreciate you guys because I
Thank you,
say that I
Kim.
can take it or whatever, but it's nice to know you got back. So I appreciate having
Absolutely.
you back.
And thank you for what you do. We appreciate you.
I don't do anything. I just know I know a paragraph. That's it.
There you go.
All right. Okay. Have a great day.
You too, hon. Have a great one.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
I think if I can get off that right.
Hey, doggo.
Welcome back.
How are
Welcome back.
you? How you doing?
I'm great.
Yeah, we had a little power outage here.
Oh, gee, you sound like my house now.
Oh, thunderstorms.
Nope. No. So again, my apologies for anybody that had to suffer through that was bothered by it. I didn't quite understand what the call was about in the beginning. I didn't get that. Okay. So again, anyway, stop it, Mama Bear. Anybody that was upset over it, my apologies. I'll just say that. But we have people that call in all the time, and not everybody's going to sound the same way. Princess Jelly, by the way, thank you for the email. And yeah, we looked into this yesterday. This gentleman here, the Jason Horton, I think it is. But this is interesting. I have never seen this before. I don't know if you guys have or anybody else has, but whoever this person is, Trey Patterson, look him up on TikTok in case he closes his account after this. Are you in hiding? Okay. Do you still have the photos that I need concerning the night of the Idaho 4? I have copies, but we all would like to see your copies. I bet you're right. Catch with me. What is this about? Who is this and what the hell? We got the Raging Cajun in the house. There she is. I just want to bang my drum all day. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Drago, Dago, Doggo, Dugo, Ingo, whatever. I'll be whoever you guys want me to be. As long as you want me to be. That's all that matters.
Bingo. That's my name-o. Doggo, dingo, that's my name-o.
Yep. Miss Lily said she sent me a super chat. I don't see it, Lily. I'm so sorry, hon. Thank you for that. Let me go look here. I'm so sorry. So much stuff going on all the time. Let's see here. I do appreciate it. Either way, I don't know why I didn't see it, but that's weird. Did you see it, Mikey? Or you were gone for a minute. That's all right.
Oh.
It may not have gone through yet. How long ago did you send it? Did you send a super chat or did you send something to one of the other? One of the other links? What the schools have to say? Going to a shop could mean many things, and knowing if the tires were changed would be important, considering the tire tracks. And they were. Oh yeah, that's true. Good point there, Miss Jewel. Always. All right, guys. I guess I got some stuff to look into and to prove again. But I think it's time to bring her down. The love of my life has walked in the door, so that's important, and I need to talk to her. If you super chatted, I don't know what it was, dear. I didn't see it come through. I do thank you so very much for that, and I appreciate you more than I can explain in words because that all. Yeah, you're right, Paige. I think I'm gonna pick. I need to have a drink, and it's been 4 years, guys. What's that all about, huh? I'm just kidding. I'm not doing that. I'm good. I was bad in chat. You're okay, Mandy. You guys are amazing. All of you guys are absolutely awesome. I hope nobody took me the wrong way today with the attitude I seem to have. And my attitude was in regards to this bullshit that goes on with this case, where we're at with it. Thank you so very much for the super chat. I appreciate you. And I love you guys to death. I really do. If not, resend that link. What are we talking about, Tommy? Yeah, I'm bringing it down. I'm bringing it down for the day. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. You emailed me. Richard, you emailed me something. Let me check real quick here, folks. Hold on. Like I said, you guys are amazing. Thank you for putting up with me today. Richard. Let's see here. Like I said, anybody that took me the wrong way, I wasn't trying to be nasty to anyone by any means. Anybody that, oh, wow. That's pretty wild. Check that out. Thank you, Sarah. Appreciate that. That's pretty good, actually.
What? What things?
It's like something Richard painted himself. That's pretty wicked, dude.
Oh, that's cool.
Huh?
Yeah, it is. Thank you, Sarah.
Bottom of what?
Appreciate that very much. So, yeah, like I was saying, thank you again, Miss Heather. Anybody that may have taken me wrong, that's not how it was meant to be. I'm irritated with the direction this case has gone. I'm irritated with the lying. I'm irritated with the falsities that we've been seeing. And I'm just, not to mention I'm irritated with the rude people treating other people like, Oh, okay, Chelly, I got you. You're treating everybody with disrespect. There's no, I don't. The only thing I've ever asked for any of you guys is to be nice to each other. Again, I don't care if you're nice to me or not. And Mikey and Molly and everybody else, all the mods, treat them with respect. Treat each other with respect. You could tell me to f off every single day. I don't care. That's all I want is you guys to be good to each other. That's all I'm asking for. And they're just not doing it. And I won't deal with that. I won't. So that if I came off mean to anybody, because I'm upset over that. I really am. There's enough of it out there, guys. We can't do it in here too. That's all I'm saying. I absolutely love you guys to death. I really do. And I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you guys. If you guys just were like, I don't care about any of this. I don't care about Dago, whatever. Then I won't be here. I won't. It's that simple. I'm here for you. This is your channel, and I want to be here for you guys. I love you hanging out with you guys. I like doing this with you guys. That's all. So we will be back tomorrow. You might find me somewhere tonight. Who knows? But we will be back tomorrow, same time, same place, same Dago, talking about some of the same stuff. I'm going to try to read up on some of this other stuff. And by in that period of time, if anybody has anything, feel free to send it to me. In regards to this stuff, any of it, guys, I appreciate all of it. So it all helps. Mikey, thank you always once
You're
again
welcome, buddy.
for being there, bro. Even for being here. I'm sure I'll be talking to you all later.
Yes, sir.
TNT tonight, 7 p.m. She'll be dropping bombs. Okay. Paige, thank you. The same thing. You guys are family. Period. All family. And welcome again to all the new family members, all the new meatballs. I love you all so very much. You guys are a beautiful people, guys. Don't forget. Please don't forget. Don't forget to love yourselves, to love each other, because honest to God, guys, what else do we have? Don't change a thing about yourselves, because you are the beautiful people. And on that note, folks, I will see you all on the other side. Have a beautiful day. Bye-bye, everybody.
See y'all.